today. Also, there was a specs that was left in the bus yesterday. So if anybody has missed his or her specs, please collect it from us. Also, students, I hope you have seen the selfie counter which is placed outside the hall. In tea breaks, during lunchtime, please take a selfie and post your picture on social media, tagging YCC, YCC23, using hashtags YCC and YCC 2023. All the students standing in the patio area, please come inside the hall and settle down. Please come inside. All students, please come inside. Later, please. It's fine if it's not. No, I was avoiding the wrong stuff. Can everyone settle down at the back? A very good morning to all the dignitaries present here and all the students. I, Taru Mehta from Environment Education and Awareness Area TERI, welcome all of you to Youth Climate Conclave 2023. The Conclave is an initiative of the delegation of the European Union to India, together with TERI, UNICEF, GIZ India, and CEW, where the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the nodal ministry. As you all are aware, this is the 4th edition, and in these 3 days, including yesterday, we aim to engage with all of you in science-based discussions on the most relevant issues of climate change. I hope that as an outcome of the program, a youth pledge will be drafted in a participatory manner, which will then be presented in TERI's World Sustainable Development Summit 2023, scheduled later this week. Without any further ado, let me welcome all my dignitaries in the opening session of day 2. Requesting Mr. Edwin Cook, First Counselor, Energy and Climate Action, EU Delegation, to please take the chair on the dais. Welcoming Ms. Maria Brookhausen, WASH Specialist, UNICEF India. We also have our very stalwarts with us, the youth stalwarts, Mr. Darsh Vatsa, Delhi Public School, Sonipat. And Ms. Komal Tiwari from Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, Odisha. I also request my colleague and mentor, Dr. Livleen Kaur-Kahlon, Associate Director, Environment Education and Awareness, TERI. Can we have a bigger round of applause, please? I now request Mr. Edwin to please set the theme of 4th edition of YCC.
So good morning, a very warm welcome. For many of you, actually, this event started yesterday afternoon. We visited TERI in a very beautiful, peaceful, green environment and the International Solar Alliance. I want to tell a little bit about this Youth Climate Conclave, and also because this is the only opportunity for me where I will talk about what we are doing as EU, also a little bit about the European Union and what we do to tackle climate change. So the Youth Climate Conclave has the idea to connect youth from all over India to discuss the science behind climate change, the impacts, the negotiations, what is going on in the climate negotiations, what is India doing at home, and what can you do as youth? What are the different youth initiatives that are taking place? So during these 2 days, and I think it started yesterday, we will try to expose you to experts, high-level experts on all these issues. And the idea is that you ask questions, share information, tell about your own initiatives, and make sure that you really make the best use of these 2 days. I'm representing the European Union in India as far as climate and energy is concerned. We have an EU-India Clean Energy and Climate Partnership with the government of India, under which we work together on energy efficiency, renewable energy, including solar energy and offshore wind. Actually, these elements that I'm mentioning now are also the elements that are very important in tackling climate change. So energy efficiency, renewable energy, including solar energy, and you learned about that yesterday, but also wind, including offshore wind, and also biofuels, advanced biofuels, and biomass and hydropower. Then we work together in the area of grid connection, which is important because if you need a higher share of renewable energy in your energy mix, you need a grid that can deal with this flexibility, because some parts of the day you don't have wind, or during the night you don't have sun. So you need a storage system, and you need a grid that can remain stable despite the fact that the amount of renewable energy is changing all the time. We also work together on climate mitigation, on climate modeling with the government of India, on adaptation, because that's another very important part of climate change. We know that we need to mitigate, and we need to mitigate quicker, but we also know that climate change is happening. We know that even if we manage to stay within the 1.5 degrees, we will see serious impacts. We are already seeing serious impacts. So we also need to increase our resilience to climate change. And also there, we try to share information on how we are doing this in Europe, how we plan our adaptation to climate change, how we weapon ourselves to flooding, how we deal with drought. And so that's another area where we work together with the government of India. So in the EU, our climate policies are guided by the European Green Deal, which is a concept which links all the sustainability issues in one holistic proposal, because we believe that the environmental issues are very strongly connected. So it's about the clean energy transition, but also about the transport sector. So how do you create a greener transport sector? It's about agriculture, forestry, the building sector and infrastructure. It is also about research and development. It's about financing. How do you have a financing system that enables this transition? And also, and that's a very important element, I believe also in India, it is about how to include the whole of society. Because if you move to greener energy, there will be winners. There will be actually many more jobs. You need jobs to install solar panels, to clean solar panels, to replace solar panels, to fix solar panels. And this is for all the different energy sources. But there will also be people that will not win. There are people now working in coal mines or in the oil industry, and they might lose jobs. And in your energy transition, you also need to think about how to deal with those jobs, how to reskill those people, how to find other opportunities, how to ensure that the economic development in a region is not going down, but going up. So this is the Green Deal. It tries to really look at all the different elements of a sustainable economic development. And we have also put our climate targets that are defined in this European Green Deal in a law. So we have really enshrined them in a law, so they are binding for all of the EU member states. And this means that it is in our law that the EU needs to be climate neutral by 2050. And it's also in our law that we need to reduce our emissions in 2030 by 55% compared to 1990. And to do that, we also have actually, it was a few years ago, we agreed to reduce by 40%, and we have all the legislation in place to achieve this 40%. But because we have increased our ambition level, we are now updating all our legislation to even go quicker to minus 55%. So we call this the Fit for 55 package, this updating to make our legislation fit to meet the minus 55%. So because of the war in Russia, actually this week it will be the 1-year anniversary. So you will hear a lot about it in the newspapers. Because of the war in Ukraine, we had a serious energy crisis in Europe, actually all over the world, but also in Europe. And because of that, the European Commission proposed another package to even go quicker than this Fit for 55 package. And it meant to go even quicker with our renewable energy targets, to go quicker with our energy savings. So this winter in Europe, people have been really reducing the use of gas, and it meant to diversify our gas supply away from buying gas in Russia. And now we are almost completely independent from Russian gas. So because of this energy crisis and the war in Ukraine, we even are accelerating also our climate and energy policies. I think I'm taking too much of your time. So if you have questions about what we are doing in the EU, what the EU can mean for you, what programs we have, please don't hesitate to contact me. I will not be all the time here, but during the 2 days I will try to be here as much as possible. For me, this is really an important event. It's the 4th one. The first one was an event like today, a physical one, and it was amazing. Then we had 2 virtual ones, which were nice, but I'm very happy that we have again you all together and that you can really meet with each other, really use this opportunity to create a strong network. And last but not least, this year we have an additional partner with us, UNICEF. They are a very important player in India, all over the world, but also in India, in the area of youth and climate change and energy. There are several people around here, so talk to them. They also have many activities and projects that they can tell you about. So many thanks to UNICEF for joining. Many thanks to Teddy for organizing, GIZ India, CEW, and they cannot be here today, but they will be here tomorrow. Also the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change being the nodal ministry for this event. So many thanks, and a warm applause for yourself for being here and being with us for 2 days.
Thank you, Edwin, for giving an overview of climate change mitigation and adaptation measures which are being carried forward by EU in India. And we thank you for the support that you have offered for YCC. We look forward to many more YCCs in the upcoming years. I'm glad to invite Ms. Maria Bruckhausen, War Specialist, UNICEF India, to deliver the special address. Over to you, Maria.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So I think this is actually day 2 of the YCC. So how was it yesterday? I couldn't join, but I've heard some good feedback. Did you have a good day yesterday? Yes? Great. Okay. I love the energy in the room. I'm very excited to be here. As Edwin mentioned, this is the first year that UNICEF is also joining the Youth Climate Conclave. And we're really excited because youth and climate, energy, environment is really key of our agenda. Globally, we have a strategy where we feel that youth need to be at the center of climate negotiations, climate discussions. Youth are, as we call it, enablers of change. You are the change, and we all want to be the change. We should be the change we want to see in the world, right? As Gandhi said it. So I think you all here sitting in the room have that same understanding. That's why you're here. And that's why we're going to talk 3 days about climate change and what we can do. UNICEF also feels that whatever environmental or climate plans or policies are to be developed or in place, youth should be part of it, but youth should also, youth should be a focus, right? So because half of India's population are children and youth, so you are the future. And if we do not plan in a way that we consider 50% of the population, how will we ensure that there's a green, sustainable future for everyone, right? Or even a green, sustainable today for everyone. UNICEF globally also works on climate change adaptation, mitigation, similar to the EU, as what Edwin just mentioned. I will not go into all the details of our program, but I just want to say that I really feel 2023, this year, is going to be the year for youth engagement, youth action, and climate change. And why is that? First of all, we did a U-Report poll, I think a year or two back, where we asked youth, do you know what is climate change? Can you explain it? Have you learned it in school? And 64% said, we can't explain climate change. We've learned about it, we cannot explain. So within that time that we did the poll and now, there's been many, many initiatives already where we are advocating and bringing solutions to educate youth on climate change. This conclave today is one of them. But for example, advocacy with the Ministry of Education to ensure that climate is part of the environment curriculum is ongoing. For example, in Maharashtra, and you'll hear maybe more tomorrow, we already have developed with the government a climate and environment curriculum for youth. So youth can learn about it in school. So you can actually understand what it is, explain, and take action. Youth is concerned about what climate change means for the future. 70% of youth said, yeah, we are worried. So we want to break that anxiety, that worry of youth. We said, okay, fine, yes, we should be concerned, but we can also take action, and youth can be part of the solution. So this year, youth and youth action is really the year for climate change. COP27, that was the first year, last year in Egypt. It was the first time that there was a youth pavilion, the first time at COP. This was great. It was such a good place where youth could come together, discuss about climate change. So this is, I see this as a small youth pavilion here right now in Delhi to talk more about climate change, but it has happened already at the global level. We also worked, UNICEF, UNDP, together with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, to bring 4 youth scholars to COP27. And they were awarded by the minister on a stage at the India Pavilion for their work they're doing in India on climate action. And you'll hear from one of them later today. What was her experience like to be at COP27? There's also, and you'll hear more from Hita and her team later, there are also initiatives to train and educate and skill youth on youth negotiation. So there is a global academy on climate negotiations. So again, many, many countries globally were participating, and youth were part of official negotiation delegations. So all these different initiatives that we are seeing globally and in India, for me, is such a promising opportunity that youth and youth action for climate change 2023 is just going to be bigger and bigger. It's also the year of Mission Life. You will hear more about Mission Life again in the next 2 days going forward, but I'm sure many of you have already heard about it, because at this stage, I feel you cannot avoid Mission Life. It's one of the biggest global behavior change movements where people are encouraged to live a more sustainable lifestyle, right? So what is it that you as a person can do? What is it that you as a youth, as an individual, as a child can do in your own life to make that change? Well, we always talk about policies, plans, government initiatives, great, but what about our own behaviors? Are we really living that sustainable green life we should be? There's also the UN Water Conference coming up. This is a big global UN conference where the world leaders will be talking about water, the water crisis, how it is connected with climate change. And there is a very strong representation going to be there from the youth and the youth stakeholders. And we are now negotiating to send a few of the Indian youth as well that already take local actions on climate and water to the UN in New York to speak about what they are doing and hopefully inspire others and get inspired and bring all that knowledge and expertise back to India. Then, of course, India is leading the G20 this year. With the G20, there is the Y20, the Youth 20. And one of the key themes of the Youth 20, the Y20, is climate change. Then also we have COP28 later this year. And I've just was in a call with our HQ, I think last week, our headquarters last week, and they say, we want to make youth engagement and youth participation in climate action even more visible. How can India help? What can you do? So already COP28, it's going to be even bigger, the voice of youth there. So I'm really, really very excited about all these different things that are going on this year. It's really the year of climate action for youth. Youth finally, I feel, is having a more and more of a voice. And I hope that this Youth Climate Conclave is going to be a great platform to continue the discussion, to learn from others, not just from the people sitting on the stage, but really from everyone in the room, because we've tried to bring people from all over India. So please make connections, engage with each other, discuss, learn, and make plans and make this year the year of climate change. Thank you so much. Have fun.
Thank you, Maria. I think this is indeed the year of climate action. And Maria has also talked about so many opportunities that are there in 2023 for all of you. So thank you so much. And thank you for the partnership that you have offered. We are equal partners in this, and we look forward to this association in future as well. Now is the turn of our youth champions to talk about their experience in Youth Climate Conclave over the years. Both Darsh and Komal were part of YCC since 2019 and have been since then stalwarts of change of climate action. They were also part of YCC during the organizing sessions that we've done in the past. So over to you, Darsh, and then Komal will follow.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Darsh Vatsa, and I'm a student at Delhi Public School, Sonipat, the executive director at the Youth Climate Collective Resist 2, and an assistant editor at Talk Dharti to Me, which is a sustainability magazine. It is truly an honor to be here for the Youth Climate Conclave's first offline version after the pandemic, and it's going to be a little long, so bear with me. In January 2020, I was at the Stein Auditorium on the other side of this complex for the release of the Youth Climate Pledge, which was basically the outcome of 3 days of deliberations at the first edition of TERI's Youth Climate Conclave. It is still quite a memory. We have quite a few people from the first Youth Climate Conclave here, and it's really great to see them all here. It's an event I am indebted to for the scale at which it exposed me to the reality of the climate crisis. Till that point, I was pretty naive, thanks to the education system and how the comprehensive climate education has been, I would say, greatly ignored in school curriculum. I must also add that I was like 13 at that point, so maybe it's okay to be a little naive, to not be traumatized by all the details of the climate crisis. The discussions on the Paris Agreement, the historical responsibilities of the global north, about the least developed countries, the most affected people areas, and multiple other things, including the science behind climate change, and of course, the role youth play. It greatly enriched and shaped my perspective on the climate crisis. Then came along a pandemic that couldn't halt this transformative conclave from happening. I got an email from Terry asking if I would like to speak at the World Sustainable Development Summit 2020 and anchor the youth thematic track, 2021. This was followed by another engagement with Terry for the summit last year. Throughout these years, I have personally seen this summit grow into a space which incorporates the youth's voice and gives them a space to learn and to explore. And for me to sit here alongside, of course, Komal, and to be joined by many other friends who would be speaking in the sessions ahead, displays the growing role that the youth plays in the climate discourse. You see, not just are young people more vulnerable, they're also a growing voice, a voice for the state and the big conglomerates to reckon with. To those of you who are sitting here right now, take this space, expand it, use it, and use it to mobilize, to dig deep, to question, to confront, to build, and to show a mirror to those willing and capable of stifling our voices. My voice was given a foundation by this summit, and it was shaped by the movement that taught me to resist, to love, and to work collectively. Now, what is this movement I'm talking about? I'm talking about India's youth climate movement, a movement unapologetically rooted in intersectional action and advocacy, a movement I can proudly say I'm a part of, and I'm highlighting the social perspective because I believe that Komal and the people next will do ample of the work to highlight the key scientific part of the discussion. Personally, I'm not a fan of science, not because I don't like that subject, but because it was just a little tough for me up till 10th. And it was this movement that pushed me to look beyond just the science. Don't get me wrong, the scientific basis of climate change, which summits like these provide us, are paramount to understanding the crisis. But there is still a deep social perspective to it, and I can't help but bring it to your notice. Science gives us the idea that not every country and everyone will be affected equally. That's something that we keep discussing and we will be discussing in the sessions ahead. For example, India is more vulnerable to climate change despite having no major contribution to it. Put that in contrast to the West, basically countries that have exploited and colonized and continue to exploit and neo-colonize the global South and its resources to fill their coffers and fuel their industrial anti-planet growth, including the sustainable policies which these countries are today hailed for. These are countries bearing a historical responsibility for the situation the planet is in today, and yet it's us who face the gravest challenges. But then, once we move beyond science, we must ask the question, who is us? Let's look at India itself. There are fishing communities whose livelihoods are at the risk of being obliterated by the growing number of harbors. There are Adivasi communities whose lives and ancestral lands are threatened by large-scale coal mining. And we also, of course, have the tribal groups of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, whose populations have dwindled from the literal thousands in the 19th century to barely a few hundred today, right now as we speak. There is the Great Andamani tribe. Their population was 625 in 1901 around. Today, they are barely like 60 of them. So these are sizable reductions in the population, and that's a threat to them. So these are people who continue to face the wrath of the modern economy, whether it be in the form of displacement for mega projects or for housing people from mainland India. These are the more profound social inequalities which we must keep in mind when we talk about climate change and its impact. So fellow young people who are here right now, take everything you can from this summit. It's the most comprehensive forum for developing a broad understanding of the climate crisis, but then also look beyond just this event. As you explore and research yourself, there are multiple realities you will start to explore. Is India among the most affected countries? Yes. Are we people sitting here in the grandest of cities the most affected? Not quite. It's the people whom we never listen to. It's the people whom we always want to be pulled into our hustle culture and our profit-oriented economic system. It's the people whom I just gave reference to. It's the people on the front line and the people who are closer to nature than all of us. They know this planet better than us folks who grew up watching the rise of oddly dystopian glass buildings and not the magnificent intricacies of an ecosystem. A subject on which Dr. Livlin's work is actually quite vast. To quote a study she co-authored, indigenous communities are reservoirs of ecological knowledge and wisdom and have been following sustainable practices that are closely linked to their beliefs and traditions evolved in a particular ecosystem of a landscape. This is one of our reports, and you can find it's an amazing report on how indigenous communities have their own way of life and how their ethnography greatly influences their traditional knowledge of nature. Actually, for those of you who are into movies, try The Elephant Whisperers. It's a remarkable documentary which dives deep into the connection that forest-dwelling communities have with nature, and is, by the way, one of the 3 Indian movies nominated for the Oscars this year. For those of you who prefer books, try Pankaj Sekhsaria's Islands in Flux, Prerna Bindra's The Vanishing, and Ramchandra Guha's Environmentalism, A Global History. These 3 books will give you a pretty broad perspective on the social sophistications of the climate crisis, particularly in the Indian context. There is another very important thing that this very conclave taught me, to look beyond our individual impact, beyond that personal carbon footprint. It's definitely important to look at it, but it's also easy to blame ourselves for the entire crisis. We aren't traveling daily on private jets. We aren't out there suppressing key climate reports. We aren't quelling the democratization and unionization of workplaces. We aren't lobbying for pro-fossil fuel policies behind closed doors. It's the conglomerates and the people with great riches who are doing all this, the very people who would go on to grand summits and talk about just transitions. So yes, we need to act, and yes, we need even these powerful conglomerates in this fight, but they shouldn't be the ones on the front. Let youth and the affected communities steer our adaptation and mitigation strategies, of course, in tandem with the policymakers, the researchers, the experts of the subject, not people who will view every action from the perspective of profits. A dead planet will have no use of trillions of dollars in GDP. With that, as I come to the conclusion of my address, I would like to first use this platform to call upon the policymakers, particularly the folks from the Honorable Ministry, whom I don't think we have any of them here right now, I'm not sure, to give space to the stakeholders and to listen to the movement, whether it be when we call for the inclusion of marginalized communities and young people in decision-making, or when we call for the reconsideration and discussions on policies which could lead to mass long-term ecological damage, and where the official solution is almost always outlined as a compensatory afforestation initiative 1,000 kilometers away from the deforested area, which would anyways not replicate a lost ecosystem. I would also like to express my solidarity with communities fighting on the front line, which I mentioned just now, whether they be from Joshimath, Ladakh, Odisha, Andaman, and the rolling hills of the Western Ghats. Thank you so much, Terry, for giving me this platform. Thanks to Dr. Livlin, Ms. Taru, and Ms. Monmi, who have continued to support me and other young people throughout these years. Thank you, everyone.
What you do to the nature determines what the nature does to us, and that determines what we do to ourselves. Warm morning to each one of you present over here. The quote that I have just began my speech with is a quote that we had drafted and were our last words in the youth declaration that we formed in the first edition of Youth Climate Conclave, which was a flagship event of World Sustainable Development 2020. I am Komal Tiwari, an alumni of the Youth Climate Conclave 2020, the first edition, as I said. Before I continue with my experiences at TERI, I would like to brief you a little about the organization. TERI is a not-for-profit research organization working on issues related to energy, environment, and sustainable development. The environment, education, and awareness area at TERI work relentlessly with youth and student community promoting awareness about sustainability. Now, during this session, the main focus that I will be having on would be about youth's interest, youth's role, and the contributions that youth can make when it comes to climate change. As an alumni and as a person of TERI, from 2019 to till now, I have had 3 sessions of my own at different schools, be private schools or government schools. And these students who are connected with me as an individual community are the ones. I am a college student, and talking to you about my college experiences, about the societies that I'm a part of, we get a lot of support when it comes to something that you have to create an awareness about. Now, when I talk about climate change, it is not always, as Maria also mentioned, it is not always that you have a lot of people engaging to you, you have a lot of students engaging to you. It is most of the time that whenever we have a session at some or the other organization, we have to make sure that everybody has a knowledge about what climate change is, what can be the hazards, how are you going to take this up, what are the measures that need to be taken, and the measures that have been taken already. We will also be discussing about the various protocols that have been taken, because when it comes to an issue, the first thing that we, the citizens of this country or the people of this world, have an habit of is dragging the government and getting to know what are they actually doing. So we will be getting to that as well. When I had come in 2019, I had very little knowledge about the institution of climate change, its impacts, the measures that were taken, and I had a very little confidence about what is to be done now, and how am I going to work forward, how are we going to draft these details. Now, when I came in 2020, we were divided into these groups of countries. I hope, how many of you were a part of MUN or something like that ever? Can you please raise up your hands? That's good. For ones you were not, MUN is a kind of community or a competition where you are divided into different organizational panels, and you have to represent yourself as a delegate of a country and put your words, your work, your experiences, and what you expect the overall world organization to input when it comes to your own organization. So in 2020, we were divided into these groups of like-minded countries or developed countries or least developing countries. And now when we were divided into these groups, one of the best things that I have learned is we are not on the same level. We are not at all on the same level, be it in terms of economy, be it in terms of climate change actions that they have taken, or the protocol or strategies that they have set for their own selves about anything that the country is thinking about themselves. We are not at the same level. And at this point of time, the least developed countries need a huge amount of help from the developed countries. So while the discussions that we were having at the MUN or the discussion in YCC session 1, one of the most important things that came in all of our minds is why developed countries need to help the least developing countries, or why do the negotiation organizations need to come around with other organizations and have them in their corner as well. Now, when we work together, if I have a commitment of reducing the emission of carbon from my country to a certain extent, and I help out some other nation with the very same, we are globally helping ourselves. And when it comes to climate change, we are not at all limited, or we are not at all having a boundary set to our nation itself, because climate change is the issue that the entire world is facing. And when I talk about climate change, no one in this room remains to me as a citizen of a country. Everyone to me is a citizen of the world, and you need to work accordingly. These were also the words that I again take back from the session that I had at YCC session 1. Again, this was the most enlightening time for me. I spent a great deal of time with all of them. I felt I bonded with them in many aspects, because I got to know about their countries, their ambitions about the future goals, and how are they going to take up when it comes to adaptation or mitigation. How do they look forward to sustaining to the sustainable lifestyle? How do they want every individual of them to include themselves into this issue, to have a solution of their own? One more concept that I would like to highlight over here, that was a very highlighted hot topic when it was a session in YCC first edition. We had a concept of pool-in vehicles, which applies to almost every country or every organization or to everything that we have. Now, the pool-in vehicle concept is something where we were discussing about if a person reaching, this is an example, I would want you to really participate in this. For example, if there's an office A and there are people coming from the same place to this office, most of the time what happens is people have their own vehicles traveling. We do have local transports, we do have buses, trains, metros, all of them running. But at the same time, what people do is they carry their own vehicles to it. So the pool-in concept towards something where you are asking your own community member to join in yourself, and in a car which can occupy at least 5 people is occupying 5 people. So that is actually reducing 4 more vehicles and reducing a lot of carbon footprints from the environment. Keeping that in notice, we also discussed about various protocols about how the development of buildings, or how the buildings that we are creating right now can be transformed and moved into something that is completely focused on building buildings that are hazard proof or disaster proof, flood proof, and they have an ability to highlight, like even yesterday, how many of you actually noticed the buildings that were created at Terry organization? Most of the buildings that were created, they have kept it very clearly in their mind to how do they reduce the risk of hazards like flood or earthquake or anything. The buildings that they have created, the walls that they have, and also one of the most remarkable thing that I found yesterday was how do they manage their waste that are created from the factories. Like most of the waste that is created from the factory, they try to complete, or they try to help out in the farms or the fields that they have, and even if they have something left out apart from that, that is very minimal when I compare it to the industry's waste that is actually created. And we all must, well, I come from Odisha, and Odisha is having a lot of steel industries. So in the past few years, if I look back to the numbers in the increasing rate of pollution or anything, it's actually increasing. The steel industries that we have with us produce a lot of waste, and day by day it is becoming very difficult for all of these industries to cope up with this. So as a youth conclave, we are supposed to discuss issues like this and find a solution out of them. You never know what solutions coming out from what mind can make what change. And as I remember the words of Malala Yousafzai, she says that I don't raise my voice so that I'm loud, I raise my voice so that I'm heard. And this platform of Youth Climate Conclave provided me an opportunity to create or to be a little louder and understandable, to put forward my words in front of everyone. I would like to thank all the members of the Youth Climate Conclave who have been associated with me from 2019, Monmi ma'am, Taru ma'am, Tanvi ma'am, Livleen ma'am for sure, Edwin sir as well, everyone that we have been connected from 2019. We have been in this aura of understanding how can you create these aspects of understanding the youth and making them realize the importance of the tomorrow, the future generation, and the sustainable lifestyle. That's it from my part. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Darsh and Komal, for such a power-packed speech. I got goosebumps, frankly speaking. I now invite my my colleague, Dr. Livleen, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello, everyone. After hearing what all has been said, I think just 2 words are remaining. Thank you. So thank you to all the eminent panelists who spoke now. And on behalf of all of us, a big, big thank you to all of you. So, you know, like seeing the hall full, seeing all of you with your energies here have made us day. We really enjoyed being with you yesterday, and we look forward to a very, very fruitful discussion of YCC Edition 4. And of course, on a formal note, a sincere thanks and gratitude to EU delegation, to UNICEF, to our friends at GIZ, India, PwC, CEEW, and all of you here. So let's join the dots. I think the entire event is about joining the dots. And as we move forward, let's start building up further and further. So I really am eager that we see the Golden Jubilee celebration of YCC, a Diamond Jubilee celebration of YCC, and then all of you will be here and we will be sitting somewhere in the corners or just listening to you from wherever we are. Believe me, it's been a beautiful journey and we want to continue working with each one of you. So be in touch. God bless you. And let us also try to speak a little bit in Hindi. There are colleagues जो समझते हैं इंग्लिश को, लेकिन वो अभी बात करने में थोड़ा सा हेसिटेट करते हैं. So that is a part of your joining the dots. सबको साथ में मिलाएं, सब बात करें, आगे चलें, and let's see what more beautiful journeys are ahead of us. With these words, thank you so much and look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Livleen, for your kind words and for always believing in all of us. While I request all the speakers to please be seated, I request all the youth sitting in the audience to please join us. We have a group photograph right now. And then we will move on to our next session, which is introducing Youth Pledge and interlinkages with Mission Life. Can I please request all of you, you'll have to volunteer by arranging yourself in this on this little stage. The shorter ones in front and the taller ones at the back, please. Shorter ones in front, taller ones at the back. Shorter ones can even sit ahead of the tables. All the students ahead of the tables can also sit. Can I even ask the organizing team to please come up on stage? Organizing team from PwC, GIZ, Terry, CEW, UNICEF.
A small room and a lot of people.
No, the room capacity is 160. We have only 130 children. But when it comes to standing on the stage, then it becomes a problem. Students in the first row, can you please be seated? Because I see tall ones in the front also. Where's the photographer? See that? He should climb on the chair and then take the picture. Okay.
Make noise.
This is wonderful. Thank you, everyone. यहाँ पे 3 चेयर भी चाहिए। Requesting all the students to please settle down. Requesting all the students to please settle down. I'll just speak my sure. And we have your PPT. Please take this one. Yeah, we have your PPT. I put it in the PPT was more than 30 and I didn't even get time. No, but we have this one. Yeah, this is fine. One of the studies, but I hope it does just topic. 20 minutes. And yeah.
We need at some point one photo with the team.
Requesting all the students to settle down. We can have a photo session during the lunch break. Students towards my left. All right, we welcome you to the next session. Introducing Youth Pledge and Interlinkages with Mission Life. So as all of you must be hearing since yesterday that as part of YCC, there is an outcome document that all of us need to work together, which is the Youth Pledge. So in all of the editions that we've done of YCC, in year 1, we had the Youth Declaration. In year 2 and 3, we had the youth pledge. Even in YCC 4th edition, we are aiming to develop a pledge. Now, this pledge is something which is owned by all of you. The words, the content that goes into the pledge are actually has to come from all of you. What do you feel when it comes to climate action? What priorities are there in your lifestyles which you think are important, and how those priorities can be linked with climate action and get into the pledge? In order to draft the pledge with you, we have with us the entire team of Climate Foundation, who will be there with you in all the breakaway groups. For this particular introductory session, there's Ms. Hita Lakhani, the founder and director, Climate Foundation. Now, this year's pledge is very special. Mariah, in her inaugural session, also said that, this year is special because there's LIFE campaign, which is being led by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Niti Aayog together. LIFE campaign is about individuals' actions on sustainability, how you can take steps to improve lifestyles. So this year's pledge will also be special. We want you all to bring in the elements of life into the pledge, and then we could draft it together. So for understanding actually what is life and where we all stand in understanding the concept, we have with us Dr. Shelly Kedia. She is the Associate Director and Senior Fellow at Sustainable Development and Outreach, Delhi. Welcome, Hita and Shelly, for the session. So as I told you that we have developed YCC even in the previous 2 editions. How we did it when YCC was online is that we used to have one special session wherein we used to categorize all the youth priorities that we used to get from you into environment, social and economic. So we used to talk about your aspirations. We used to talk about lifestyles in general. How do you lead your life, and where all adaptation measures could be bring in to basically make your lifestyle sustainable, and what you can do as citizens of this country to make climate action like, a way of life. I also would like to screen to you the pledges that have happened in the previous 2 editions. Just a second. Can I screen it from here? Can this laptop screen from here? Oh, yes. So this is the youth pledge that was developed in 2021. I'm not reading out the entire details, but quick keywords you could, notice here. Now, if you read this line, pledge to leave no one behind in our personal commitment. So the pledge is very, very personal. It talks about your commitments as to what youth can do in climate action. I'm highlighting some of the words here: consumerism behavior to reduce our carbon footprint. Also, we must understand that, while youth are critical stakeholders for climate action, but all of us don't have to work in silos. All the stakeholders are important for climate action, be it government, be it partners, multilateral, bilateral organizations, communities, institutions, private sector, etc. All stakeholders are important for climate action. So let's not create silos when we talk about our role and in developing the roadmap. Yeah, so this is the pledge that will be drafted in the end, and then it will be presented in the World Sustainable Development Summit in the end of this week. So this was Youth Pledge 2021. I'll also screen to you Youth Pledge in 2022. So these were the 3 pillars on which the entire Youth Pledge was made. Work for immediate and long-term changes, focus on positive action to make a difference in the world around us, stride forward with confidence, zeal, and purpose in life. With this little background, I leave you with these thoughts. Hita will be explaining to you a bit further and taking your inputs on the pledge itself. But for now, I would like to invite Dr. Shelly Kedia for her session on Mission Life and what it takes for all of us to bring in elements to our Youth Pledge. Over to you, Dr. Shelly.
A very, very good morning to all of you. And thanks a lot, Taru, Livleen, and the YCC team for having me here, and also on the emphasis on lifestyles, which you're not having just, which is something not the YCC is not just discussing now, because suddenly now the aspect of lifestyle has really sort of gained a lot more prominence than it was perhaps in 2 years ago. But YCC has been a very forward-looking forum to have sort of covered lifestyles, much before it became like a real like buzzword. So again, the topic of my coming back to the presentation is on lifestyle and sustainable consumption and introduction. And here I just don't want to sort of talk about Mission Life because I'm here not a government representative, but again, how I see it as a policy researcher, which will be, if we look at it from the perspective of resource value chains, who are the key actors, and of course, some background also on Mission Life, which the government of India now is pursuing. But also, before I begin my presentation, just wanted to say that that because the session is about Youth Pledge, I would urge you to think a little more when you work on your pledges on the lines of actors, not just don't take all the burden on yourself and just on other consumers, but also please advocate for larger policy changes, larger normative changes, not just involving policymakers, but also the corporate sector, especially the advertisement industry. Because this is one industry which has a huge influence on choices, consumer choices, and on lifestyles. And please, let's be honest to ourselves, are we hearing enough about it in policy circles? No. So this is where youth as pressure groups would need to really step up and take that responsibility to bring that to the attention of the key stakeholders. So, okay, to begin with, what is unsustainable lifestyle? Just to kind of take you through an imagery. I find this a very powerful imagery. And this is what is called the Anthropocene chicken. So this is just to say that, how, and this is, I'm not being specific to India, but how across the world lifestyle changes, the demand for a certain type of diet has led to the modification of this species so that it is 4 times larger. Just to say that, what implications it has, in terms of modifying species itself. So this is one image of unsustainable lifestyles, more from the perspective of diets. The other imagery, which of course is not new to all of you, is plastic, single-use plastic littered all across. This is something which is very common even today. Despite the fact that we have, and which is a very good start that we have policies related to single-use plastics. And this again is, something which in the planetary boundaries, scientists are now calling novel entities. So, these are like, chemical compositions and elements that weren't part of the natural ecosystems comprising of, the biotic and abiotic factors. So again, this is just an image to sort of just re-emphasize that, when we are talking about unsustainable lifestyle, what kind of imagery, we can think of. And of course, when we talk about a lifestyle in the context of climate change, and while, of course, life as in the campaign Lifestyle for Environment was announced by the Prime Minister of India at COP26 in Glasgow, but India historically also has been emphasizing on two very key aspects. One is sustainable lifestyles. The second is climate justice. So here again, this is more on the cumulative GHG emissions of G20 countries. Also, this summit is happening in the year when India is holding, the G20 presidency, and life is a very cross-cutting theme. But also, again, considering that it does have its origin in the climate policy sphere, it is also important to again say that in terms of cumulative emissions, when we look from the year 1850 to 2020, a country like US accounts for 24.5%, whereas like India accounts for 3.2%. This is cumulative GHG emissions, and that's the historical cumulative GHG emissions. When it comes to per capita income, and this is just G20 countries, the world average is 4.8 tons per person, and India is 1.9. And in one of the earlier announcements at the COP, the Prime Minister then Manmohan Singh had said that India would never exceed the global average, would never exceed the world average of per capita emissions, and we are still quite low. This is of course 2020 data. That is the latest available data as of now. But just to factor in, equity considerations remain very key. Now, coming to this whole aspect of resource value chains, and to begin with, just to know what is lifestyle. So lifestyles, as yes, lifestyles can be individual choices and attitudes towards consumption of goods, but also services to further human well-being and minimizing ecological footprint, and ways to promote intragenerational and intergenerational equity for sustainable development. And here, when we're talking about intragenerational and intergenerational equity, we're not just talking about human beings. Let's just not be very anthropocentric. We're also talking about nature for nature's sake. And so equity just doesn't need to have that anthropocentric focus. And some of the related concepts around sustainable lifestyle is underconsumption, equitable consumption, and fair consumption. And again, this links to the whole aspect and discourse on equity, climate justice. Coming to this diagram, which you see, this is a very simplistic diagram actually. So when we're talking about anything like, let's say even this fabric or this table, there is one stage where that resource is extracted, whether a tree is cut or, a plant is harvested, or certain minerals are mined, so that's the resource extraction phase. So, and then you have the manufacturing phase and processing phase, where also aspects related to design, transport comes in. So this is across. Then we have the use by the end consumer. So you and me, we can consume certain goods and services, including clothes, and so on and so forth. And then of course there's a disposal phase. So when you're done with the use of that particular good, what do you do with that? How do you sort of dispose it, and so on and so forth. And sustainable lifestyles largely is understood, in the last two segments. But now we really have to take that arrow back to sort of link it that, we have to demand policy change around manufacturing, around resource extraction as well. And not just take all the burden that, okay, we will use the right products and we will, dispose it of well. So I think we need to go beyond this. We need to ask for larger normative shifts, larger paradigm shifts. So, which actually kind of drives the other two segments also. So, so again, this is just a brief background. So lifestyles is not new, even in the global discourse. It was there in Agenda 21, even before that, the World Charter of Nature. So people have been talking about lifestyles. Of course, in terms of concrete indicators, etc., it got more concretized in 2015 with adoption with the Sustainable Development Goals being adopted by the UN member states, and then you have a global indicator framework, etc. And then now, of course, from the context of India, while of course India has been highlighting the aspect of sustainable lifestyle and climate justice for a while, but since Glasgow, it has put a further impetus on lifestyles by announcing the Life movement. And even in the last edition of the summit, the Prime Minister came and announced the concept of Triple P, the Pro Planet People movement. And now, of course, you see a lot more activities happening, not just in the Environment Ministry, but in Niti Aayog and other line ministries. And especially with this G20 process, everyone has to look at life, meaning every theme has to make some connection with life. And again, when you're talking about life, it just doesn't come down, again, just to reiterate again, doesn't just come down to individual choices. It should not be seen that way, but also how it links to other aspects and other segments of resource value chains. So this, I don't want to spend so much of time, but basically what we have is the global indicator framework on SDG 12, which has 11 targets, and yet none of them except for 12.8 really focuses directly on life, and neither do their indicators. So this is also one aspect where youth can advocate for, in terms of really revisiting the global indicator frameworks. Which of these indicators really actually look at life? It looks at sustainable consumption and production in a much more broader aggregate sense, but really does not look at specific aspects of lifestyles, even though that is a very commonly understood aspect of lifestyle. I mean, just to give you an example, as a researcher, we were involved in, suggesting inputs for the national indicator framework. But, we get stuck in something as basic as data, consumer data. That's not really even tracked and monitored. And then if you don't have that information, what kind of policies you are going to design? So, we don't have that knowledge base to begin with, so this is just one aspect wanted to flag. Now, again, framing sustainable lifestyles and sustainable consumptions. Now, when we're talking about individual choices, how do we look at these individuals, you, me, anyone? Are we people? Are we constituents? Are we political constituents of the government? Are we consumer as markets and companies and corporates want to see us? Or are we humans, which is just part of, embedded within planet Earth? And of course, I would, we would like to advocate for the fact that we are humans and we're part of a larger ecosystem and planet Earth. And we should not be just seen as mere political constituents or a consumer, as corporates and market actors would want to see. But nevertheless, that doesn't mean that you don't recognize that these two continue, which is whether it's government or the state or whether it's market. At the end of the day, the way the political economy is structured is these are two most powerful actors, and we have to advocate, youth has to advocate for larger changes within these two, and not just us being seen as constituents or consumers, but we need to really push for norms and advocate for norms that can push state or governments as well as markets. So again, so just wanted to, so that is there. And again, flagging the aspect that advertising remains a powerful tool to influence consumer choices. And yet there is so little discussion around that in this whole discussion on sustainable consumption, production, and lifestyles. So now this I will quickly take you through because it's from one of our studies we prepared, as an input, as a sort of a preparatory paper for the G20 presidency. And but again, this is just lifestyle and sustainable consumption index. But again, wanted to flag that we were confronted with massive data issues, especially in terms of individual choices. But anyway, we took 4 sectors: food, transport, residential, and whatever we could in terms of per capita terms. We prepared an index, and as you can see that in all the it was a no-brainer in all of these segments. India had the lowest consumption as compared to the other countries. So the higher the score, meaning lower the consumption, and so this is just to quickly sort of take you through. But also what we did was, because data is not very reliable, but we also looked at what is the policy landscape. So we looked and not just policy landscape, but landscape related to instruments for promoting sustainable lifestyles. And we categorized it into 3 three types of instruments: policy instruments, market instruments, and social instruments. Now, I would like to say that I wouldn't spend so much of time on these slides, sectoral slides, but this presentation will be available if you are interested. Just wanted to say that, look, there's a lot of emphasis on social instruments by youth. Youth has to now connect to the market instruments, including responsible advertisement. And the bold ones are ones which are somewhat receiving emphasis in the G20 countries. This is based on our review. But the other ones are also important. And I think like youth should, like, apart from social instruments, which are very important also, connect to also the policy instruments and market instruments. So just wanted to just flash this slide just to sort of flag that aspect that youth can actually, as a pressure group, can do so much more to not just focus on social instruments like awareness and campaigns, but actually, like, even why not push for even policy reforms related to responsible advertising. I mean, we know that, the whole cigarette case, where you even put an ugly picture, it makes so much of a difference. And that actually came because of a policy push. It was, so there, this is just an example. I mean, just to say that, there is a lot that can be done from the policy side, which can go beyond awareness. Okay, so this I'm not going to go through because, again, you can have the slide, but just wanted to say that there are three instruments: social instruments, policy instruments, and market instruments. And when we're talking about life, and when you're going to be developing your pledge, I would challenge you to think more on not just social instruments, but also policy instruments and market instruments, which youth can advocate for. So coming to life, as in the lifestyle for environment. So of course, the origin is in the climate policy sphere. We've seen about it. It's also a G20 cross-cutting theme in the current presidency of India. And Mission Life, as the government, is that in terms of the quantified targets, at least 80% of all village and urban local bodies are aimed to become environment friendly by 2028. So this is, as far as, the quantified target is concerned, and at least 1 billion Indian and other global citizens, are kind of mobilized on life. So that is the quantified aspect of Mission Life. And very recently, even in the current budget, the government also announced a scheme, the launching of a particular scheme. Of course, the details of it is still under works, called the Green Credits Scheme. And this is also supposed to be aligned with Mission Life. And again, it is largely supposed to be project-centric. And again, if I were to go back to resource value chains, it's more on the upstream part, which is the manufacturing. And I don't know how much the resource extraction part, but I would suspect from the details which we understand so far, it will largely focus on the manufacturing part and a few projects. It will be project-centric. And the questions, of course, is when you're talking about lifestyle, people are at the core of it. Nature is at the core of it. So, and they're, of course, talking about different kinds of credits, not just carbon credits. They're talking about these ecosystem services credits, water quality credits, and things like that. But again, how those are harmonized with carbon markets and the existing carbon market, voluntary carbon mechanisms, that's still to be seen and worked out. But nevertheless, these are some of the key elements. And of course, 3 pillars of Mission Life, as the government sort of calls it, is first is focus on individual behaviors, which largely focuses on awareness, the way at least it is defined now. The second is co-create globally. Again, this is more around global mobilization, and India is doing, for example, through its G20 presidency. We and Terry, in this particular policy brief, we also advocated that life could be further internationalized through, for instance, including specific indicators on consumption side, including policy instruments if it is not possible at this go to cover aspects related to individual consumer data, but at least if it could be done on the policy instruments. So that could further internationalize life. The other thing that we suggested is, and some of you are familiar with climate change negotiations and you've been part of perhaps Youngo Youth constituency, and there are these different streams in the climate negotiations. So why doesn't Substa, for instance, take a mandate on sustainable lifestyles? And by the way, this lifestyle really has to be from a more holistic perspective, because largely right now, the understanding around life is related to mitigation. So what does life mean in the context of climate adaptation? So that too, and that is where, aspects related to even, and what is, and how can indigenous knowledge and traditional knowledge be promoted? So all these become very, very important part of the co-creation globally part, because again, we don't want to be like sort of carried away by a very narrow conception of life, which is more mitigation centric, but also include aspects related to, adaptation, traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge. And the third pillar is leverage on local cultures. This again then becomes important, specifically when you're talking about indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge as well. Now, just to sort of, again, re-emphasize that let's not just focus on the demand, like we see ourselves as people and everyone just as responsible and like, okay, we'll not consume this. There are 10 products on the shelf when we go to buy something. We are not out of that 10, only 2 we think are right. That's not enough. We have to ensure that the products that land up on the shelf are different. For that, we really need to, kind of, advocate for policy instruments, certain policy instruments and market instruments. It's not just going to happen. And of course, you can say that like, okay, automatically, if the demand for certain product is more, the supply will respond. That too remains. But the fact remains that, these products also are expensive. So let's not just rely on that particular thing. We have to advocate for market and policy changes. So just to leave you, this is the final slide. On the internationalizing life, I think even if we take the entry point of SDGs, this can have more indicators related to downstream segments, especially when it comes to individuals, consumers, but also policy instruments such as eco labels and I would also say that responsible advertising. And also one needs to look at emerging innovations such as right to repair. I think that's a very significant development also when it comes to sustainable consumption and lifestyles. And again, youth needs to advocate for deployment of large instruments across the board, including policy, market, as well as social instrument. The role of responsible advertising is very key and it is not so much covered in the mainstream discourse. So again, urging you to look at it. Traditional knowledge, very important aspect, especially when we look at life, and we need to look at both adaptation and mitigation behavior. Globalizing, but also localizing. Many of you would be familiar with this movement around degrowth, etc. So while those are niche discussions, not to say that we are advocating for that, but what basically, if you look at those discourses, you see that they're really advocating that everything doesn't have to be shipped from across the world. Some things can be produced, co-created locally at the community level. So, but we need to look at it in a more holistic way also. So that's it. And here is the team. I'd just like to acknowledge the team, which was part of this particular policy brief, which was under the Act for Earth initiative of WSDS. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shelley, for giving an overview of sustainable lifestyles and mission life. I would also recommend from this session onwards, please try to take down keywords and any questions that you would have from our speakers. This would also pave way to, developing the Youth Pledge. Answering to what is Youth Pledge and how will it be done in the 4th edition of YCC, I now invite Ms. Hita Lakhani, Founder and Director, Climate Foundation. She would be speaking on the ABC of documenting youth priorities and development of pledge. Over to you, Hita.
Hi, can I use this mic, please? Hi, can you all hear me? Can we get a mic? Okay, super. Yeah, since I don't have a presentation, I thought it's easier to just stand here rather than in front of a podium. Well, we've been talking now for the past few minutes about a pledge, and you heard also from Darsha and Komal about what they've done in the first year. You've seen some versions of it for the last 2 years that was done virtually. And for this year, we'd really like to ensure that we're working with all of you to make a pledge that is something that you can be proud of, to make a pledge that's something you feel you've contributed meaningfully and something that you feel really reflects thoughts and actions and priorities of people in the room. So when we talk about the pledge, of course, there are lots of different things, there are lots of different areas that we can focus on. We would like to try and ensure that we can keep the pledge as action-oriented as possible. as solutions driven as possible and as participatory as possible, which means that when we're creating the outcome document, whatever that's going to look like, we don't have a framework ready yet. So this is where the beauty and the challenge of the process is, that we have to work together to create this outcome starting from today. We would like to see how we can, when we come together, how do we really come up with proposals? How do we come up with solutions? How do we come up with showcasing different kinds of things that are already being done? So create something that we can feel that reflects what young people are doing, but also how youth can go ahead and meaningfully even contribute to driving solutions, and everything that also Dr. Shelley just said right now about, when you're looking at youth action, we're currently seeing it in one sort of segment. We're seeing more campaigns, we're seeing more young people doing different kinds of actions, but really how do you drive that forward to create the sort of change, to create an intergenerational process when we talk about a future that we're mentioning. So this is what we're going to try and do. It's going to be done in various steps, but before we get into that, we have a small Mentimeter so that we can get an idea of what people are thinking about in the room before we get into details of the pledge. If we can get the screen back on, please. Yeah. So if you have a smartphone, you can go on menti.com and put in the code 45465317. I'll repeat the code one more time, 45465317. If you don't have a smartphone, we'll have a couple of people coming. You can also they can type it in their phones, or you have a pen and paper in front of you. Keep it ready, and we can also collect your answers if you don't have a smartphone. So you don't need to have the Mentimeter, but it would be nice to be able to see responses. The question is very simple. When we're creating the pledge, what are the few big areas, big topics that you feel we need to work on as young people? So this can either be things that are existing currently, things that are gaps or challenges or whatever that you feel might be there, but what key priority areas would you want the youth to focus on, which will then come up in the pledge? If anyone needs assistance, if you can raise your hand, the team will come in front. There's one here, but maybe you can also just walk around and, yeah. I'll repeat the code one more time, 45465317. Is there a way you can zoom in?
अगर किसी को सवाल समझ में नहीं आया तो भी हाथ उठा के पूछ सकते
हाँ, सो यहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं क्वेश्चन है कि प्रायोरिटी एरियाज। तो हम यहाँ पे क्या देखने वाले हैं कि आपको क्या लगता है प्लेज में किस चीजों पे फोकस करना चाहिए। तो बड़े प्रायोरिटी एरियाज देखो, जैसे किसी को लगता है कि हमें शायद से एजुकेशन पे फोकस करना है, या फिर हमें टेक्नोलॉजी पे फोकस करना चाहिए, या तो पॉलिसी में फोकस करना चाहिए, या तो कुछ और भी हो। मैंने अभी 3 एग्जांपल्स दिए हैं, बट आपको जो लगता है कौन से फोकस एरियाज इस प्लेज में दिखने चाहिए, दोज आर व्हाट वी वांट अप हियर। इसको फिर हम एक बार वंस पीपल आर डन इन पुटिंग योर इनपुट्स इन, आपका जब रिस्पॉन्स आ जाए, अगर आपको असिस्टेंस चाहिए, टीम खड़ी है, दे विल कम एंड हेल्प यू ऑल्सो। वंस दिस इज डन, हम आपसे सुनना चाहेंगे कि आपने यहाँ पे क्या डाला है और किस लिए डाला है। और फिर we'll then pick up, इसमें से pick up करके we'll try and ensure that the pledge is focusing on at least some of these areas that you've put up here. Can you maybe zoom into the Okay, lots of different things are coming up. We've seen impact across gender is currently one of the most key ones. There's education, policy change. Okay, this is moving very fast. Technology. There's somewhere that I saw somewhere about fast fashion. There is climate action, green audits in schools. Very interesting. Does anyone want to maybe share some thoughts? किसी को अपने thoughts share करने हैं कि आपको क्या लगता है? खड़े हो जाओगे so people can see.
Hi, my name is Mohammad Asif. I'm coming from Kerala. So I want to share a thought about gender and climate justice and the inclusiveness of policy making. When you make the policy, I just wanna say, like, we need more inclusiveness. I can't see any representatives here from transgender community, or I've never talked to anyone. So I need more inclusiveness in every part of climate. So I think gender and climate justice is a very nice thing to, cope up with.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
I wanted to share my thoughts on gender equality, and because see, even now there is still lots of people who are having problems with gender equality, like where girls are not able to go to school, etc., even though it's completely gone down right now. Another thing is discrimination. Not only in normally in Latin America, long time ago, there was racism. And they were like, black people should not vote, this and that. And then now it's obviously not like that. But still, there are certain places where they still follow this sort of discrimination, which is like a very big problem we need to solve.
Thank you. There are quite a few hands. One second. There was one here, then there was one at the back, and then I'll come back to the front. 1 second. One here, then we'll take you, and then at the back, and then we'll come back. Yeah.
So I want to mention the decentralization of climate change. Like most of us who are talking about climate change basically are coming from tier 1 or tier 2 cities. I don't see any representation from villages or rural areas. So the word I mentioned is decentralization and forming youth club or environment clubs in villages, so that there's inclusive participation from all the communities.
Thank you. Yes, there was someone at the back who had their hand up. Otherwise, you can go. Yeah.
I feel that we should work on agriculture, because agriculture is one of the most important ways to get food, and food supply is one of the things. Less food supply is one of the things that cause a lot of natural diseases such as famines and a lot of other deficiency diseases.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Yes, the girl at the back. There should be mics on your table also. Can you check your table? Okay, let's come to the front till the mic reaches.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Mannat from DPS Arkepuram. I think there are two aspects that youth should work on currently. One, seeing how pollution levels are already high in the atmosphere, I feel reducing GHG emissions won't do. With mitigation, I think adaptation must go hand in hand with it. So youth must be outfitted with the right knowledge on how to combat and deal with the increased sea levels, the increased climates, the warmer climates, by maybe outfitting, planting plants on the roofs so that we can combat the warmer climates. And secondly, agreeing with what the previous participant just said, decentralization can also do good in becoming more environmentally conscious. So I feel one of the aspects could be decentralizing the wastewater treatment systems. So right now, a lot of energy is used in pumping wastewater from our homes to the STPs, and from the STPs back to our homes. So I think there's one saying that says, let's segregate waste at the source. And if we do so, then waste can act as a resource. So if we start filtering water at the source by having some system that is user friendly, that's compact and scalable and can be implemented at individual homes, then maybe by treating water at the source where it's generated can help us in reducing the amount of energy we use in the process of filtering water and pumping it all to the STPs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, in the front. Someone from this table? Yeah.
So as the Sustainable Development Pledge is about, so I want to add a basic thing, which is about the environment justice. Today is the World Social Justice Day, and my warm wishes to everyone for that. And about the environment justice, if any injustice would happen to us individually, to a family and friends, we're very much that we want justice and justice. But at a big level, if we're seeing an environment injustice in happening to us, we're just polluting an environment in many ways. So we have to talk about the environment justice for our individual, for our family, and for all the society, to all the society level. Thank you.
Yes, one here, and then we'll move it.
I'll briefly touch on two things. He touched on gender. I think it's very, very important for us to focus on the vulnerable communities who are very vulnerable to what the impacts of climate change are. There are many of these communities and areas which are, especially, for example, what we're seeing in Joshimath. So these are areas, people who are living near climate hotspots. So it becomes an injustice. As you said, the climate justice is very important. And then the second thing which we really need to focus on is how can we structure an economy which can grow with our fight with climate change.
हेलो, मेरा नाम मान्या है। टीचर्स और अच्छे से पढ़ा सकते हैं, जैसे एनवायरमेंट, क्योंकि अब मेरे साथ एक एग्जांपल हुआ है। जब हमारा एक चैप्टर चल रहा था एनवायरमेंट का, तो मैम ने बोला कि वीवर बर्ड स्टिच करता है और टेलर और वीवर बर्ड स्टिच करता है। तो मैम को मैंने बोला कि मैम ये वीवर बर्ड व्यू करता है, तो उन्होंने बोला सब एक ही है। तो टीचर्स और अच्छे से पढ़ा सकते हैं और नेचर दिखा के पढ़ा सकते हैं।
Yes, we have one at the back. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Sabah Anjum and I am from Jamia Millia Islamia University. I want to draw the focus of youth on avoid of creation of island of prosperity in the ocean of poverty. There is accumulation of wealth. We see there the difference between haves and have-nots are increasing. So this is the main area we should focus. We should be focused by youth also. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one from this side. Yeah, one.
Hello.
Okay.
I feel that the indigenous knowledge should be involved in the policy making, like the knowledge of the farmers. And then another field that I would like to focus on is energy consumption, like the basic practices that youth should focus on. Thank you.
Yes, this table.
So actually, we should be honest with ourselves. We all know what to do, what not to do. How can we change the environment? How the climate is affecting? But actually, we know all the system, but we are not following that. We are just making our assumptions. We are making our points that we should do this, we should do that. But we are not following. Actually, we should follow what we are saying.
Yeah, one in the middle. Okay, we'll take the last few. Yes, from the middle somewhere.
Hello.
Yeah.
So my take is a bit controversial, but I think the time has come actually to look more into like genetically modifying organisms to actually meet our needs as well. Like currently, like we can't expect like nature to do all the work after we have destroyed like half of what used to be. Like it's time for us to actually sort of bring evolution into like our sectors and change the world itself so that it's better and so that we can save what remains.
Thank you. Yes, one in the front here.
Hello, my name is Hanif. I'm from DPS Arkipuram. I would like to tell, like the youth to work more on technologies like fusion reactor technology. That would be better because it is more efficient and it has less risks and it offers great potential. Another point I want to take up is like we should really use the plastic that we already have accumulated in the environment instead of creating more. There are companies that are extracting plastics from even plants like sugar canes and other stuff. But we should already use the plastic already in the environment, like the ones in the ocean, and recycle that to make buildings probably, because that would be really great. Plastic is a really great thermal and electric insulator, and also flexible. So it would persevere during the earthquakes and stuff. Another thing that I want to take up is like local water system, like in a colony or even in a house. Like you use the water that you waste, like the wastewater that comes from the house, instead of taking that to the rivers as usually happen, because in many areas there are not like big plants like Africa. So NGOs should support local areas by making small plants, like those, recycle the water and supply it back to the place.
Thank you. Can we get one last somewhere from the back? We haven't heard too much from the back. Anyone from the back who wants to say anything?
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
I am Ved Prakash. I would like to talk about, if we talk about climate as youth, then we must move on circular economy. Like recently, ma'am also presented the presentation about sustainable development. And we must be aware that any circular process has sustainability in its nature. So if we move on circular economy, then we can really do much about climate action. If we recently, India is also working on circular economy. About 3 to 4% of economy is based on circular economy. So as a youth, we also need to think and set our mindset to use resources more efficiently in a circular way.
Okay, thank you. So we've heard about a lot of different topics, right from looking at justice to gender to education to, I think, everything else that you can imagine that is there. So I'd like to tell you one more time, ek aur baar, ki please input your information, your thoughts in the Mentimeter. Agar aap Mentimeter mein nahi dal pa rahe ho, then please contact one of us. If you can, if my team can just raise their hands one time, so you can see who you can reach out to for help. This will be open for the next 1 hour. The lunch tak khula rahega. Ye Mentimeter, aap apne inputs dal sakte ho isme, so that we can get all your thoughts in one place and we can try and structure the pledge to be as inclusive as possible based on everyone's information. How is this now going to flow over the next 1.5 days? So the final bit is just to understand कि आपका participation कैसे दिखने वाला है, इसमें हम क्या करने वाले हैं आपके inputs लेने के लिए. तो इसके बाद हर panel के बाद हर session जो होगा conclude होने के बाद last के 10 minutes हम आपसे आपके इनपुट्स लेंगे कि आपको इस सेशन में क्या अच्छा लगा, आपको नया क्या सीखने मिला और आपको और क्या सीखने को, व्हाट डू यू फील लाइक लर्निंग, आपको इसमें नया क्या सीखना है इस सेशन के बारे में, जिस टॉपिक के बारे में जिसका प्रेजेंटेशन अब हुआ होगा. सो एट द एंड ऑफ एवरी सेशन लास्ट 10 मिनट्स हम ये इनपुट्स कलेक्ट करेंगे और आज के शाम और कल दोपहर को, सो 2 आफ्टरनून्स, टुडे 4 o'clock and tomorrow in the afternoon as well, we have 90-minute sessions जहाँ पे आपको 6 ग्रुप्स में आपको ब्रेकआउट कर दिया जाएगा. हर ग्रुप में एक फैसिलिटेटर होगा और आप में से कोई एक रिपोर्टर भी होगा, जहाँ पे हम डिस्कस करेंगे और डिटेल्स में. सो वो 90 मिनट्स के 2 जो सेशन है वहाँ पे वील कम इनटू डिटेल्स, वील डिस्कस. यहाँ पे आपने इतने सारे along with themes you also came up with solutions, you also came up with different action points already. So यहाँ पे आपने जो शेयर किया है उसको लेकर we can build that up in the next session. So at 4 o'clock today we will have 90 minutes where we'll do a few breakout sessions and we will go deep dive into the discussions that we've had right now. आज और फिर कल we will look at solutions. So we'll talk about the breakout sessions when we come to that. But for you to get an idea, you have 2 10-minute blocks today at the end of each panel. Similarly tomorrow, and then there are 2 breakout groups at the end where we'll be gathering your inputs. Based on all the conversations, discussions, the information that comes out, यहाँ से जो discussions जो बाहर निकलते, उसमें से we're going to try and get the pledge to be as representative of all your thoughts as possible. Okay, so with that, I think we'll pause here. If you need any assistance at any point, you know the organizing team, you can also come to me. We'll try and make this as simple for you as we can. Also, can I get the 2 mics back in the front here so that we're not losing any mics?
Before concluding this session, I missed introducing Dr. Shelley as also the convener of the World Sustainable Development Summit. So she has some last remarks to speak to all of you.
Yeah, I just wanted to invite all of you for the World Sustainable Development Summit. We had this year an open call for application without any application fees. Some of you might have already registered. Those of you who are present here and who have not registered, they will be on spot registration. And just wanted to say that the dates of the summit is this week from 22nd to 24th. Which is Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And we do have some prominent speakers. Our environment minister will inaugurate the summit. But quite apart from that, we have in-person participation of the vice president of Guyana, who was also the former president of Guyana and has been a global leader. We'll have in-person presence of the COP28 president designate, Dr. Al-Jaber. On the third day, we'll also have the day when we have the youth plenary. We'll also have the in-person presence of the UNFCCC Executive Secretary, Mr. Simonshell, and a host of other ministers, academics, and other speakers as well. So all of you are invited. The summit will be held here in India Habitat Center itself at the Stein Auditorium. So for those of you who have registered, but for those of you who have not registered, there'll be on-spot registration. Thank you so much, and do come for the summit as well. And also, of course, the pledge will be read at the plenary segment of the summit. But also, the outcome document of the summit itself is something called the Act for Earth Manifesto, and we'll be sure to add, this pledge and some of the key points in that Act for Earth Manifesto. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shelley, for the invitation. We've already shared a list of students who are participating in WSDS from YCC. Thank you for giving the background of sustainable lifestyle and life. I'm sure students have taken a note of key points from your presentation, and it will be definitely made part of the youth pledge. Also, thank you to Ms. Hita Lakhani and the entire team of Climact Foundation for being partners in developing this youth pledge. As already shared with all of you, Youth Pledge is a document which is owned by all of you, and we really look forward to this outcome piece from this YCC. Moving on to our next session. This is session 1. This is technical session 1, nuts and bolts of climate change, the science, impacts, and the corrective measures, including mitigation and adaptation, of course. The eminent panel consists of the speakers, Ms. Suruchi Badwal, Director and Senior Fellow, Earth Science and Climate Change, TERI, Professor Kamna Sachdev, School of Sustainability, DSEU Dwarka Campus, and Dr. Anand Madhurkar, Assistant Professor, Department of Natural and Applied Science, TERI School of Advanced Studies. Ms. Suruchi would be chairing this session, and she would be setting the theme as well. I also invite our youth speaker, Ms. Ayushi Kapoor, on the dais. She's from Jesus and Mary College, University of Delhi, and post all the speakers speak, I would request her to give the concluding remarks. Over to you, Ms. Suruchi. Can I sit here?
So very good morning to all of you. Can you hear me? Okay. So first of all, before I start off in terms of setting the context, I would like to first and foremost thank the EA team at Terry to invite me for this interaction with the youth. I do feel you're a very important group with whom we should be speaking, who are working in this field day in and day out, because you are the future, and many of you are going to be spearheaders, being the cause for taking the agenda on the environmental front forward. So definitely, you are a big stakeholder for us with regard to raising awareness on environmental issues. Also, we look towards you in making the Earth a better planet to live in the future. So there's a lot on your shoulders that we have as expectation from you when we talk to you about environmental issues, environmental causes, and what solutions we are looking towards. Yeah, so we start with that. And then, of course, in the previous session, I could hear many of you basically talk about various issues that you felt are connected to the topic that is being discussed, but you also, some of you talked about solutions that can be looked at. I would want to force you to think about individually, what is it that you can contribute in terms of protecting the environment. We can talk about many things that need to be done. I think the time has come that we talk about what we can do for the environment and how can we protect the climate. So please think about that at yourself and please practice it at your end, because that is the need of the day. I think we've done enough talk. We know enough in terms of what's happening. We need action, and we need action at each and every individual's at each and every individual's at an individual's level, if I were to put it like that, right? So each one of you have a responsibility, even in terms of being environmentally conscious while you're conducting yourself. And it conveniently links to the whole topic, the mission life that the Prime Minister had announced earlier last year, where possibly his objective is to say, mission life is all about how each one of us conducts ourselves, how exploitative are we, of the environment in terms of using resources, whether we talk about environment, whether we talk about wasting food, whether we talk about how we, move around in terms of sustainable mobility. So I think all these things are very important to the topic that you're discussing here today. So now let's come to the discussion with regard to the panel. I do not have slides for you, and I have a write-up. Possibly I'll take you through the write-up very slowly. And if anybody has any doubts with regard to what I'm saying, you can have an interaction and query me on it. So just to begin with, because it's on the nuts and bolts on the science of climate change, I would just say the science of climate change has advanced over time. With a growing concern of the Earth warming up in the 80s, the United Nations Environment Programme and the World Meteorological Organization established the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in 1989. So it's almost more than 30 years now since the International Panel Intergovernmental Constitute was done in 1989. The first report of the IPCC was published in 1990, and following that, there have been many reports which the IPCC has come out, which basically talks about the advancement in the understanding of the science of climate change. So when we had the first report in 1990, the second report we had was released in 1995. There was another report in 2001. There was another report in 2007. So approximately a period of 6 to 7 years, there's a new report that follows the previous one. And the reason for a new report coming out, which follows the previous one, is to talk about the advancement in the understanding of the science of climate change. What do we know more from what we knew before? 5 and 6 years and 7 years is more than enough for us to talk about it. And therefore, there have been new reports. And the latest report of the IPCC was released in 2021 and 2020. Over this period, there are 3 working group reports, one which focuses on the basic science of climate change, the other one on the impacts, vulnerabilities, and adaptation, and what do we know about it in the world. And the third one talks about mitigating climate change. what do we need to do about it with regard to reducing the overall concentrations of greenhouse gases. Now, what does the science tell us? It basically is telling us that the Earth is increasingly warming since the industrial era, and changes in the climate are clearly being observed. We have warmed to about 1.12 degrees Celsius since the pre-industrial times, and will be at least 2.4 degrees centigrade, considering the commitments that we have from countries across the world. So given the current level of commitments that we have internationally by countries, we will be somewhere near 2.4 to 2.7 degrees Celsius by the end of the 21st century. But if we were to be more ambitious, possibly this rate of change can be reduced. And that is what is our ambition, trying to motivate countries to give higher level of commitments by way of which we can have lower level of concentrations and emissions in the atmosphere. It's just not about changes in temperatures. When we talk about climate change, everything is interlinked. And the lectures, when I give to different forums, I say everything under the sun is going to change and get impacted. So with the changes in temperatures, we are talking about changes in rainfall patterns, changes in humidity levels, changes in evapotranspiration rates, a whole lot of changes which are interconnected, which are likely, these parameters, weather parameters are likely to change and therefore influence lives and nature in different ways. The causes of global warming are linked to the increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases, and that's what I mentioned, caused largely by the burning of fossil fuels or for various kinds of production, including, when we transport ourselves. So mobility is one of the reasons. So fuel that is burned while we basically move from one location to the other. So transportation is a key sector which contributes to the emissions of greenhouse gases. The other is electricity production. So when electricity is produced and using fossil fuels for burning and production of electricity is another cause of climate change. Besides that, another big source of climate change is land use cover and land use change. So change in land use patterns from one form to the other, where carbon is sequestered vis-a-vis a stage of utilization of the land, where carbon is released and maybe less sequestered, is also a cause of release of carbon into the atmosphere. So talking about impacts, natural and human systems, with all these changes that we're talking about, with rising temperatures, changes in rainfall patterns, humidity levels, evapotranspiration rates, etc., we are basically talking about the entire system going through an overhaul. So all natural and human systems are going to be affected because of these changes that we are talking about. So whether we are talking about, somebody mentioned the agriculture sector should be a focus. All sectors, especially in India, when we look at, will have to be looked at. Whether we're talking about how agriculture is going to get affected, water resources, how health is basically interlinked, forests and biodiversity are interlinked, and then of course not to forget how coastal regions have added risks attached to them. So they are almost all sectors are of huge concern. For a country like India, definitely agriculture is important because we have a large agrarian society, which is basically dependent on their livelihoods with regard to that particular sector. Extreme events and their consequences are of particular concern. Then when we talk about droughts, floods, flash floods, cyclones, storm surges, tornadoes, typhoons, everything is interconnected. And we are talking about the increase in the frequency and intensity of these extreme events in the future. So therefore, there are a whole lot of concerns that are connected with regard to the climate and how they are likely to affect different systems. Similarly, with regard to the health sector, while there are no clear links to the COVID, there is a projection that the rate of increase in infectious diseases may increase with the hot and humid climate, and therefore there are huge concerns in the coming decades with regard to climate and health concerns as well. The only way to do something about it is either you're mitigating or adapting. There are only two ways to respond to it. Okay, so, and it's a seesaw. If you're mitigating more, you will require to adapt and respond to the consequences less. But if you are not mitigating at the other end, possibly you will have to put money and resources to also adapt. So you have to do both. And right now you're in a situation where you have to do both because you are already into some degree of committed change in the climate, and therefore you will face the consequences and you will need to adapt. So somebody mentioned about affecting the systems to an extent where we will not, and I think somebody mentioned about genetic modification. So yes, there are thresholds and there are tipping points. And if you disturb a system beyond its threshold or tipping point, you will not be able to adapt. So don't think you will disturb the system to an extent So we as humans will be able to disturb a system to an extent that we will be able to get it back to the same form if we, take corrective measures that it used to be 100 years from now. The answer is no, because many systems have thresholds and tipping points. And if thresholds and tipping points are crossed, the system cannot be brought back to its original state and form. So adaptation is not a complete answer. In many cases where thresholds and tipping points are crossed, you will not be able to adapt the system back. Of course, you will be able to reduce losses to a certain extent. What do we need to do about it? We need a collective global response, and therefore countries are required to commit to greenhouse gas reductions and promote climate action to be able to restrict the level of emissions and the overall greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. We are globally bound by the Paris Agreement, which many of you must be aware about, where countries have indicated their commitments based on national circumstances. So it was a pledge and review system. Countries were told, based on national circumstances, please tell us how much can you do with regard to your commitment to climate action. Every country put something on the table. And what is the document called as, which was put on the table? It's nationally determined contributions by every country, which it's a statement of interest of every country by saying what they can do with regard to their commitment towards climate action. So that's where countries stand. Now, when in organizations like ours and many other organizations out there in the world started looking at the commitments that different countries have put on the table, we realized that as a world, with the current level of commitments that countries have given, we will never be able to reach the 1.5 degree goal that the world started off with by thinking that we should not increase or exceed the 1.5 degrees. Now we are committed, as I told you earlier, to a 2.4 to 2.7 degrees goal with the current level of commitments that we have in on the table. The global carbon budget concept aims to look at historical levels of emissions of countries and indicates a quota time period by which each country needs to peak and basically reduce its overall levels of emissions, reach a net zero or net neutral condition. However, since the Kyoto has been poorly met, targets were not met in the Kyoto Protocol, it is observed that Annex 1 countries who should have, the developed countries who should have shared the burden of peaking and reducing the emission levels have not been able to comply in the past. And we don't know how the Paris Agreement is going to basically play out. The deadline for the Paris Agreement is 2030s. Also, there are huge inequities with regard to sharing of technologies and finance to support the developing world, thus emerging the discussion on fairness and climate justice that is also included as a topic with regard to your discussion today. For those who are the least responsible for the changes in the climate are facing the consequences of it. So the poor people, the developing countries, basically who have not contributed to the historical emissions are having to now decide on when they have to peak. And India has given its net peaking and reaching a net zero by 2070s. India is particularly sensitive to the impacts of climate change. I already said many people dependent on agriculture, but also high levels of poverty that it contains, making the response capacity of the country very weak because we are unequal. Some of us maybe have, we have the knowledge, the capacity, the information to respond, but many others out there. And I think somebody said that we should have people from the government schools or MCD schools also represented here. Because the exposure has to reach to everybody and we need response from everybody. And therefore, I think the response capacity varies within the country and we need to take everybody along with us in this response campaign, if I were to say, that we are trying to promote. Some degree of response basically is pushed by market mechanisms. The costs of which are already being borne by others. And in certain cases, the cost of action in today's date and time is already being borne by many of us and fellow citizens. Just with regard to the response that India has for this, we have a National Action Plan on Climate Change. It has various missions that have been outlined, ranging from focus on mitigation to adaptation. We have a vibrant solar mission. We have a focus on energy efficiency. On the other hand, on the adaptation side, we have a national water mission and we have a national mission on sustainable agriculture. So we are well spanned out with regard to our missions, but the challenge lies in the implementation of these missions and how these missions are being taken forward. So I think we need frameworks that can help us basically measure the progress of the work that the government of India is basically trying to push with regard to a focus on both mitigation and adaptation. in the end, I would just conclude by saying that we do hope that collectively as a world, we are able to respond to the challenges of climate change, and we are able to protect the human race and other living systems on Earth against mass evictions that are being projected now by countries if we were not to curtail the level of concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Thank you, and I look forward to the interaction over the next.
So thank you, Saruchi. You have set the stage for this thing. So I have few slides, if we can get it there. So can I come to the dais there? Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. So I hope everyone is here. So youth, I am very habitual of speaking to youth. So please be here. I can see you are scrolling on your phones. So for a meanwhile, for 1 minute, 2 minutes, please stop scrolling your phone. And I will definitely engage you and you will learn something new from me today, right? So the slide which I prepared is a climate change preparedness, right? So preparedness means we all has to be prepared. Like Saruchi ma'am has said that we know the science, we know the problem, we know the impact, but now action is required, right? And you people are actually where demand accountability from government. So you are basically voice. So I want that you are a voice of country. So you are being called here to be a voice to ask for climate action, right? So climate preparedness, what is it all about? Where we prepared ourselves for the worst. And ma'am said tipping points, right? It is a threshold. I give you a small narration, you know. I was hearing some astronaut who went to the space, right? And I have heard a lot of astronauts, when they go to space and see the Earth through space, they start crying. You know why? They see a beautiful blue planet from the, you know, dark sky. They start crying because we belong to that planet. They feel so proud. They feel so good about that blue planet. But what we are doing to our planet, we don't cry sitting here looking at it, what we are doing right now to them, right? But when you go and see to the far and imagine that no longer we exist, Earth will exist. The steady state, Earth will achieve of its own. Earth as a planet will remain in the space. We will not be part of it. We will not be the astronauts to see it from the space anymore. So we need climate action. So in preparedness, why we need prepared? That Suchi has said that we need preparedness because we have already exceeded 1.07 degrees Celsius as per IPCC last report. And we have a window, very small window left with us because we have to be within 1.5, because it is said that as we exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius, only 1% of the corals will remain on this earth. 99% coral will go away if the temperature will exceed 1.5 degree beyond. So action is required, right? So I'm not saying there is no hope, but hope is a delusion here. We are talking about hope from long. Right now, the time is for action, right? So important is that we prepared ourselves for the disasters which we are facing, right? And disasters are not bad. They are giving us a message. Sometimes these disasters and fear and panic is important because when we are scared of something, we take action. अगर आप तैयार नहीं होते एग्जाम के लिए तो आप पढ़ते हैं, right? So sometimes डर better होता है. So preparedness is required because we are touching the tipping point, right? And it is important action. Okay, next slide. Can I do it from here? Okay. So what I have given here is basically how you can prepare yourself, right? So preparation means that collective action by government agencies, okay, that's to identify the risk and working towards the risk. That is basically adaptation, right? And also locate the sources. When we locate the sources and sinks, where to, you know, curb the emissions, that is mitigation. So preparedness includes programs and processes to identify risk and then planning for reducing that risk. Then pre-plan and coordinate for possible disaster events so that we minimize the losses. Adaptation and mitigation planning to reduce socioeconomic impacts. and educating the community to how to prepare and what to do in a disaster. So this is all my pointers, which I say is a preparedness plan, which the governments, the institutions, at each level, we need to do that. Then why we need to prepare, right? So the preparedness will give me community resilience. That's a very important term, right? Whatever community you are in, its resilience is important, and resilience is different than the adaptation. Resilience means coming back to natural state again. And remember that, as Suruchi ma'am also said, that once we cross the threshold, then bringing back to the natural state is difficult. And imagine when you destroy your ecosystems, then the businesses can also not run. Don't think that your businesses will run if ecosystem will not survive. So first you have to save your ecosystem to extract natural resources, and then businesses can run. So business, economy, ecology, ecosystems are together, right? So you cannot avoid them. So community resilience you will achieve by the preparedness you have. Safeguard life and property from all hazards. As we know, we are already exceeding the tipping points. So hazards is apparent. Hazards are actually, nature is claiming its space. I see hazard that nature is claiming back its space because we have done a lot destruction on nature, right? So hazard is a outcome. We force the system and it is bouncing back to us in the form of hazards. Avoiding of complex disasters. You know what is complex disaster? Complex disasters are the disaster when we have one kind of disaster and other overlaps it. Like in COVID situation, if we have bad cyclones, and we have faced forest fires. We have faced bad forest fires, cyclones at the time of COVID, because our health system is already stressed, and then we have another disaster. So these are called as complex disasters. So by having a better preparedness, we can avoid the complex disasters. And then strengthening of healthcare system is very important. The COVID has told us this thing, and especially the preparedness help us to prepare for that. So this is a small thing. We will take more questions from you from Q&A question, but I give you 3 I's for preparedness. One I is indigenous, where I say local is better. So we're working on indigenous knowledge. We are working on indigenous systems and small systems, not very huge system. Indigenous is a word. Second I, which I want to give you, international collaboration, international partnership. This is SDG goal 17 as well. So international partnership is important for preparedness and climate mitigation. And the third I, anybody can tell me what could be the third I? Innovation. And youth can contribute in that, right? So indigenous, innovation, and international partnership. These are the 3 I's with which you can work. And innovation is very, very important because technology, digitization help us to cope with the changes. And this is important. Innovation, like I give you a very simple example of innovation is Miyawaki forest. I really like, it is a Japanese forest system, which everybody is adopting. In Hyderabad, we are coming up in a big way in Miyawaki forest, but they store a lot of carbon in it because we are working on indigenous plant species to have those forests. So that means that indigenous and innovation together is giving us a result, carbon storage, carbon sequestration. So, and if we get a partnership to work in such system, definitely it's a win situation. So thank you, everyone. I have given 10 minutes, so I stop here and over to this thing, but we will definitely have your questions in Q&A session. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, thank you, Kamna. We can move on to our next speaker, Dr. Tejal Kanetkar, who is with the National Institute of Advanced Studies. We can go through all the 3 presentations and then possibly open it up for a question and answers session, yeah, to be convened by Kamini. And okay, so we'll move on to the next speaker, Dr. Anand Madulkar from the Terry School of Advanced Studies. So after basically we have his talk, we can open it out for the question and answers. Yeah, thank you.
So we can yeah. Thank you. Yeah, hello everyone, and let me start by saying a big thank you to the organization committee Also to Ms. Ruchi Bhadwal, Dr. Livleen for organizing this event and inviting me as a speaker on this occasion. I also welcome all of you, the youthful, I think, audience. So in next 10 minutes during my talk, I will try to cover the whole range of climate change. I will start from climate science. Understanding of climate science is very important as it forms the basis of scientific basis of climate change. Then I will move to some of the climatic impacts. And in the end, I will discuss about climate action. So all the options we have to address climate change can be grouped into two kinds of action. You already know, I think, first is adaptation and second is mitigation. So one of the fundamental principles of climate science to understand climate change is systems approach. And the system approach believes that the Earth is a system. It is composed of many components or the spheres, and these spheres are interacting with each other. We cannot understand any of the sphere or the subcomponent of Earth system in isolation with thank you. In isolation with another subsystem or the spheres. So there are mostly 4 spheres of the Earth system. So first is the atmosphere. You all are aware that air and other gases constitute atmosphere. All the water bodies, oceans, lakes, rivers constitute second sphere of our Earth system, that is hydrosphere. Then the geosphere, that is the rock, Earth surface, that forms the geosphere, and the biosphere, we all, the living part of the Earth system. The second important thing I think is important to know that this climate change basically is not a new phenomena, you can say, in a sense, in the sense that Earth climate has never been static. It has always been changing since Earth has come into existence. And there is a whole subject on this that is known as paleoclimatology. So there are a lot of paleoclimatological evidence in the form of ice cores, tree rings, corals, and pollens, which suggest that Earth has been going through a cycle of changes in the climate. And when we look at so what is paleoclimatology? Paleoclimatology is the study of the history of Earth's climate. So the reconstruction of Earth climate is done in the paleoclimatology using the proxy methods, using the climate proxy data. So if we look at the paleoclimatology, Earth climate history can be understood in the form of glacials and the interglacials. So there were the glacials in the Earth history, that means marked by the global colder temperatures and advances in the glaciers. And there were also interglacials between the glacials that were marked by the warmer environments and the retreat of ice sheets or the glacials. So what I want to say that there always have been a natural variability of climate, natural factors responsible for climate change. And these natural factors, I think one of the important factor is solar variability. We think that we are receiving the same amount of solar energy from the sun, but this is not true. Sun in itself undergoes a cycle, a solar cycle known as solar maximum and the solar minimum. So sometimes there is a huge amount of solar activity. Then there is a lesser amount of solar activity, and this is an 11-year period. And science believes that the 200 years before 1850s, that is 1650 to 1850, that 2 centuries were marked by colder temperatures, and the lesser solar activity was responsible for that. Other natural factors affecting climate change are Earth orbital variation, as Earth keep on changing its location, position with regards to sun because of eccentricity, obliquity, and precision. This also changes the Earth climate. There are tectonic processes. So the plate tectonics believe that continent and the oceans have changed their locations. This has not only led to the rise of mountains and the earthquakes, but also it alters the oceanic circulation, atmospheric circulations. So this again changed the climate of the Earth. Then there is volcanic activity. So what happens if there is a large volcanic eruption, lot of SO2, ash, dust, and the water vapor is went to the atmosphere, and all these form aerosols. And these aerosols scatter the sunlight, send the sunlight back to the space. So the aerosols are responsible for cooling. So there are many phenomena, like in 1992, there is major eruption, volcanic eruption in Philippines, and that led to the reduction in global temperature by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius following 2 years. So all these processes, what are they doing is influencing energy flow in the Earth system, thus altering the Earth's climate. Now, if I say that, okay, climate change is not a new phenomena, Earth's climate has always been changing, then why there is so much talk about climate change in the contemporary times? And the reason lies in the anthropogenic factors of climate change. So what has really happened since the Industrial Revolution, or you can say since the mid of the 19th century, human factors leading to climate change has been dominant. So with the more burning of fossil fuels, so fossil fuel burning, as Ms. Ruchi Bhadwal pointed out, in the energy sector, in the transportation sector, and in the energy sector. So with this more burning of fossil fuels, also land use, land cover changes, with deforestation and urbanization, the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere has increased. And as we know, these greenhouse gases absorbs the solar radiation, but they greenhouse gases are transparent for solar radiation, but they absorb the terrestrial infrared radiation coming out from the sun. And with this absorption, they increase the temperature of the atmosphere. That is known as heating of atmosphere from the below. And this heating further increases the Earth's surface temperatures. So this rise in Earth's surface temperature, known as global warming, has been a huge concern, as its impacts are across sectors, across region, and on environment. Now, also the difference between these natural drivers of climate change and the anthropogenic drivers of climate change is also very important to know. On the one hand, the natural drivers of climate change impacts gradually. So impacts of natural driver occur over a long period of the time, whereas the anthropogenic impacts are very, very rapid. On the one hand, the natural impacts are cyclical in nature. So they are part of a overall repeated cycle, like we discussed glaciation and the interglaciation. But the human impacts are not cyclical. They are basically pushing the Earth temperature in a single direction of warming. So it is a concern. Now, moving with a little background of this climate science, let's move to the impacts of climate change. This has already been, I think, beautifully covered with both the speakers before me. So impacts of climate change are across the sectors and regions of the globe. So the impacts are on water resources, on human health. There have been studies which are suggesting that with increase in temperature and other changes in the climate, there are increase in the human mortality, human deaths. Impacts are on ecosystem, on biodiversities. There are lots of climate extreme temperature, heat waves, droughts, storms, floods. There's melting of sea ice, also the melting of snow cover and mountain glaciers that is leading to sea level rise, ocean acidification, impacts on coral reef, as suggested by Professor Sachdeva. There are negative impacts on agriculture, on food production, on livestock production, and this is also very critical. And because this is creating risk for food security and also for the livelihoods, because agriculture is still, at least in developing countries, also in developed countries, constitute a major chunk of livelihood options. These climatic impacts are leading to conflicts, violence. There are population migration, and these migration are further leading to regional security issues. So overall, climate change also has an economic dimension. It has impact on economic development and the growth. And there have been a lot of talk about tipping points. Some scientists believe many tipping points have already been crossed. Some believes that we are going to cross the tipping points very soon. So what are the tipping points? Tipping points basically are critical threshold which crossed lead to large and the irreversible changes in the climate system. So after a tipping point, the climate system will reorganize itself and will never come back to its original state. Now moving to the climate action. So when we talk about climate action, we look at different ways in which we can respond or may respond or are already responding to climate change. And these responses can take different forms, many forms, but generally come under two different categories. One is adaptation and mitigation, and it's important to understand the interconnection between adaptation and the mitigation, similarities and the differences. So the first approach, adaptation, is aimed at preparing for the impacts of climate change. So it is basically making the impacts of climate change less bad, less devastating, less harmful. It is adaptation is also even taking advantage of the opportunities created by new climatic conditions. In contrast to adaptation, mitigation aims at not at preparing for the impact, rather it addresses the original cause of climate change. So mitigation actions are aimed at minimizing the causes of climate change, that is reducing the greenhouse gas concentration in the Earth atmosphere. And this can be done by two ways. First, by reducing carbon footprint. We emit less amount of carbon. And second, enhancing carbon sink, that we take some of the carbon from the atmosphere. So coming to the first part under the mitigation approach, that is reducing carbon footprints. This can again be done by two ways. First way is switching the fuel or the energy source. So if we move from coal to oil, or from oil to natural gas, or from natural gas to renewable energy source like solar, wind, or hydro, nuclear, we are reducing our carbon footprint. Another way of reducing our carbon footprint is by improving the energy efficiency, like using energy efficient appliances, more fuel efficient cars, building that requires less energy to heat and cool. Now coming to the second approach under mitigation, that is enhancing carbon sinks. So enhancement of carbon sinks can be done naturally by planting the trees, by deforestation. It can also be done artificially by taking the carbon out of the atmosphere, or even capturing the carbon at the stack smoke before it enters into the atmosphere. And if this carbon is buried, it is known as carbon capture and sequestration. However, the cost of these carbon capture and sequestration technique is still very high, both in terms of economy and the energy. So it is often advocated that if there is a price on carbon, or there is a nearby renewable energy source, then these CCS technologies can be used. Now, my question to you is now that if mitigation addresses the causes of climate change, why is adaptation necessary? Can anyone answer this? Yes, please.
Because climate change is an eventual truth which we cannot hide away from. It's eventually going to put in sands no matter how much is like.
Yes, very beautifully said. Yes. Yes. So in a yes, please. Yes, can anybody answer this in a scientific manner? Yes, please.
You cannot provide a complete and utter solution that can be followed by everyone. I'll give an example. So if you take carbon emissions, no matter how much you try to change your lifestyle or you try to make your energy better, no matter what you do, that it will not change. You have to adapt to the conditions, and basically you have to change yourself so that you can live in a world where climate is slightly different.
Yes, yes.
Just to protect yourself.
Okay, thank you. So there has been a lot of talk on mitigation internationally also, from developed countries also. And sometimes it feels that there is less focus on adaptation. But my point is that adaptation is also very important. And the scientific reason for this lies in the concept of residence time. There is concept in climate science known as residence time. Simply putting for you, for how long a gas molecule can live in the sphere or in the atmosphere. So how long a gas molecule can live in the atmosphere is its residence time. And carbon dioxide has a residence time more than or approximately 100 years. So even if we are reducing the emissions right now, it is going to give advantages at the end of the 21st century. Because a carbon molecules remain in the atmosphere for 100 years. So this is why adaptation becomes very important. Okay. So now here are some of the examples of adaptation. So it ranges from climate resilient, building climate resistant infrastructure, building roads, climate resistant crops, to early warning systems, to disaster management training, insurance. Also relocation and recovery options are also adaptation options, because we are adapting to the change in climate through relocation or the recovery plans using data and ICT like satellite data in the decision making. Now, these two approaches, adaptation and the mitigation, these are not exclusive to each other. We cannot say that, like mentioned by Ms. Bhadwal, that if we are opting for adaptation, it doesn't mean we cannot opt for the mitigation. In fact, we should opt for both at the same time. And there are so many interlinkages between the two. There are overlaps between the two. For example, the three options which I have mentioned on these slides, these three options, enhancing energy efficiency or enhancing water efficiency or protecting land like deforestation, these three options are adaptation option as well as mitigation options. So you can think about it. How these three options are basically solving both these things. They are reducing the emissions as well as they are preparing for the impacts. And these adaptation and mitigation are not complementary, rather they help one another. Okay? When we are opting for more mitigation, we are helping putting the less strain on adaptation, or the vice versa. Now, I will end, I think, with this slide. So before I close, I will like to mention that the role of climate policy is equally important in combating climate change. And when we talk about climate policy, it includes two kinds of instruments. The first one is the regulatory instruments. These are government mandates, government guidelines, standards on using of more energy efficient technologies for buildings, vehicle, etc. And the other one is market-based approaches like climate taxation, like emission trading. We put a cap on emissions, and if any organization or a country is emitting less than that cap, it can take financial advantage out of it. So with this, I will summarize my talk. And what has happened in this climate change thing, that before, you can say 100 years, there were nobody was there to believe that climate change is happening. Even the scientists were not believing it, that the climate change is happening because of anthropogenic reason. 50 years back also, but recently things have changed. So now we can say with almost 100% certainty that climate change is real. Science agree that climate change is happening. And this phase of climate change is caused by humans, by us. And the consequences of climate change are mostly bad. But fifth point is equally important. However, if we take actions to manage the climate change, it is still solvable. So here the role of youth comes. Here the role of us as an individual comes. Role of communities come, role of governments come, role of organization like TERI comes. So we all need to come together and solve this problem. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Madhukar. And I think we have the question and answer session to be convened by Ms. Kamini Silora and Mr. Aryan Sapra. And if we can have them up here. So Kamini Silora is with Doon University, and Aryan is with Shri Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College, University of Delhi. And I think you will be taking us through the Q&A session. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aryan Sapra. I am a student at Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College, University of Delhi. Before putting out the question and answers session to everyone else, I have a question for the panel myself. First of all, thank you so much for such an insightful session. The first question which I have is, what would a net zero world look like? It is open to anyone in the panel who wants to take it.
Well, so I will speak from a scientist's heart. I don't think so. We would want the world to aim for a net zero. We want them to aim for a net neutral carbon emissions. The reason is, so countries are right now committing themselves for net zero. In a net zero world, you will be able to offset your carbon emissions by investing in other countries, by investing in more forestry, afforestation, agroforestry related activities. But what we really want people to do is to take real action which takes them to a net neutral emissions of greenhouse gases rather than just a net zero. So net zero world would basically bring your concentration levels of greenhouse gases. I would want to expect that we can reach levels of what we were during the industrial era, just before the industrial era started, so that we can take the world back to what it was before. So that's how I would feel a net zero world should be able to, provide something like that. We can go back 100 years from now and have the climate system in the same way that we had it maybe 100, 120 years back.
I just want to add it. So very popularly it says that this age of era is called age of stupids. You know why? Because we know everything, but we are still emitting, right? So at least in the net zero time, we will say the world may be not full of stupids. We will be more wiser. It's just a lighter side.
Also, another question that I had was that we have been seeing that a lot of developing countries have been facing a lot of issues to meet the parameters which have been set, and a lot of these developing and these underdeveloping countries are struggling. So how can developed countries in the Europe and in the West help these underdeveloping or developing countries?
I think process has already started. I hope so, with the formation of this loss and damage fund at the not the formation, but the start of formation, you can say, at this COP27 held at Sharm el-Sheikh. So I will urge that all the developed countries to come forward and really feel the problems being faced by small island countries, the least developed countries, which have not emitted. So they are not responsible for any climate change. Rather, they are at the receiving end. They are facing the impacts of climate change because of the emissions from somewhere else. So I think in the future, the developed countries will come forward, and this loss and damage fund will come into reality, and it will help.
Thank you so much for the answer.
I want to add that SDGs are actually the answer because it's a global goals. So when we move from MDGs to SDGs, and that in global goal, everybody is committed for all the goals, no poverty, no hunger, climate action. So it's not one goal, it is for everyone. So the commitment towards SDGs and localization of SDGs is the answer to it.
Thank you so much for the answer. Now I'll call on.
So there are different ways in which countries are assisting each other, and you have international commitments as part of the negotiating process, which we have every year, which is called the COP, the Conference of Parties, meets every year, where countries come together and take decisions and crucial decisions. One, with regard to what levels of commitment countries can put on the table. Two is with regard to how do countries need to assist each other in the whole process of achieving global goals on climate action. So there are different ways in which countries are coming together. The tricky point is how much of it is getting implemented and how much of it is getting complied. So I think that is where the focus now needs to be, where it should be on the implementation. It should be on seeing how work can be taken forward.
Thank you so much for the answer. Now I'll call Ms. Kamini on the stage.
Thank you so much. Hello, I'm Kamini Silora and I'm from Duni University. So I have some questions and would be great if any of the speakers can address. The first is, India is among the most vulnerable country for climate impact. What impact can we expect in India during our lifetime, and what can India do to become more climate resilient?
So if I get you correct, that what is a major impact which we may face and all. So because of our geographical location, this is for everyone, that we will have more heat stress. Okay, so we will vulnerable to heat stress. This is as per the data. And second thing is that leads to droughts and stress, water stress conditions. So water is one area we need to work very seriously, which I think is important for India overall. What was your second question?
It was, what impact can we expect in India during our lifetime, and what India can do to become more climate resilient?
So climate resilient, I give you 3 I's that actually work for India as well. Indigenous, think indigenous, local, think local in that sense. So in that case, that would help us because indigenous knowledge, indigenous species of plants, and working on the our resources which we have, working on those more effectively would be or should be our strategy. Yeah. Any other?
Also, one of the impact that might be, there are some studies which are suggesting there will be changes in rainfall patterns. So monsoon is already showing some changes. So one of the changes that may or may not be, but higher chances may be, that intensity of rainfall may increase. There may be less number of rainy days though. So more intense rainfall in lesser number of days, specifically to the northern part of the country. And what may happen in the southern part of the country is there is one another phenomenon known as retreat of monsoon. That may further intensify. So more rainfall in the part of Karnataka and the Tamil Nadu. Other thing with rising temperature will happen is the melting of Himalayas glaciers. So this will change our rivers also. So after a longer period of time, there may be water issues. The groundwater levels are already going down very sharply in the northern part and all over India. So this will be going to be a huge challenge, how to address this water issues. With the rise in sea level, definitely the low-lying coastal areas of the countries may come underwater. Bangladesh has already been facing this, and there is a lot of migration in the Bangladesh from the coastal areas to the inner parts. So there can be further more impacts, I think. So these are the impacts which are coming to my mind right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So for my next question, what is the importance of energy efficiency, renewable energy, solar, wind, hydro, biomass, storage for addressing climate change? And what is the, there is a lot of focus on green hydrogen. What is the importance of green hydrogen for addressing climate change?
So I will only speak about green hydrogen and maybe you can talk about renewable energy. So see, you know, what we are talking about, carbon emissions, right? Carbon intensity. Try to understand it with the lens that if your fuel is hydrogen, what is its byproduct? Anyone? Water. Okay. So carbon is not coming out. Is water a greenhouse gas? Water vapor. Okay. Water vapor. So water vapor is also greenhouse gas. But if you know how hydrogen is formed, catalysis of water can form hydrogen. But if you use energy which is not green, then it is have no sense. So you need a green energy first, that means renewable, to catalyze or you electrolyte process you go through to produce hydrogen, right? So that's why green hydrogen is important, not only brown hydrogen. Never talk about brown hydrogen if we are talking about hydrogen economy. Hydrogen economy, we are looking at it as a one of the solution. But as per the scientist, scientific person, I have worked in mitigation for long years. I say mix of the solution in mitigation, renewable energy, green hydrogen, and other sustainable energy sources would be the key. Not focusing one. When you focus on one, like coal, oil, petroleum, don't do this. Again, we should not be committing the same mistakes. So I always say climate change is the outcome of our bad policies, or you can say it's a consequence of bad environmental policies, right? So well mix of renewable and other sustainable energies, including green hydrogen, would be the answer.
I think you've already answered. So, of course, she mentioned green hydrogen. There are already pilots on green hydrogen, that are being implemented in India itself, in, I think, the state of Andhra Pradesh, Kakinada. And we have a renewable energy plant system that we are, there's a corporate group which is basically generating green hydrogen and using that to catalyze and produce hydrogen, which will largely basically be used. Some of it will be in-house consumption, but a lot of it is being planned to be exported. So countries are already moving towards seeing what options are available to them. And as Kamna just mentioned, I think you have to experiment with the entire portfolio of options that are available to you, whether you're talking about renewables, when you're talking about solar, or we are talking about biofuels. On the other hand, mix in the energy systems. We are talking about enhancing energy efficiency, which may reduce the level of emissions and the concentrations. So all possible options that can be basically experimented with on the supply side, but also on the demand side. So you need focus on both supply and demand side measures. So it's just not about what you can do at the other end in terms of supply, and that has to be green. The demand side is all about us and what are we doing? Why are there, 3 sets of these chandeliers basically lit up in the room? Can we do with 2 and reduce our energy consumption? So things by way of which you can reduce your overall consumption pattern. I think on the demand side, we also need to focus apart from the supply side measures that we're talking about. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable answers.
So do we move to the concluding remarks? So we have.
Or anybody from the audience would like to ask anything, can ask 1 or 2 questions, please.
Hello, ma'am.
We have one hand in the back and one hand.
Ma'am, just a very basic question. Like, is it justified that we are talking about climate change and sitting in an air-conditioned hall?
Yes, I think because it's an adaptation measure, I can say that way, because we are adapting to the heat which we are doing. That is why we need a green hydrogen to run it. So I'm not saying in a lighter mode, I'm saying, but yes, everybody needs a lifestyle which is to some level, right? So for that, energy is very important. But which form of energy we needed for this is also very important. So that is why we talk about renewables, we talk about green hydrogen. We need energy, right? For having a quality life. Yeah, thank you.
For that, we need to shift over green energy.
Pardon?
Yeah, he said, so for that we need to basically promote green energy.
Yeah, so warm good afternoon to everybody. My question is to the panel, but also to the EU delegation, people that have come here. So I wanted to ask, would the West change its stance on the intellectual property rights matter? Because you speak of technology, you speak of innovation, but you must understand that the poorer nations have to license that technology. That technology has already been patented by the West. So the West has to make some headway for us because they're only accruing the benefits. I would like to point one example. While I was researching for my, yes, I'm just, would the West change its stance? Would it make it free for climate change research?
Okay, that's tricky if questions are asked to me about what the EU is doing and not, but it's good. It's a very good question, actually. It's one of the important demands also when we talk to the government of India. It's always about financing. The West needs to deliver on their promises on financing and technology transfer. Technology needs to be transferred from the north to the south. For us, for governments, it's a little bit difficult because we don't own the intellectual property rights, and we cannot tell our industry, you should give your intellectual property rights for free to others. So it's complex. But at the same time, what we try to do is to share knowledge, technological knowledge, by having joint research programs, connecting researchers from the south to researchers from the north in all areas. We try to connect European and Indian businesses. So we invite, always when we organize things here, we invite European businesses and business associations to come to India and to create links with Indian businesses. And if they work together, then also it's within those companies that there are means of technology transfer. But on the area of intellectual property rights, it's highly technical and a very complex discussion. And yeah, so it's difficult to just say.
I have something to ask. For even the information part that you want us to have the information available. Even for the information, I have to find so many sites. It is not freely available. Every research paper, it costs me money, $30. I can't afford it. So how does information even become free for us?
So that to be frank, that's more a question to research centers. So I'm not an expert on this, but what we are trying to do, also we have a clean energy and climate partnership website where we try to share all the presentations that are made, all the studies that we make are for free. And I think also on the, for example, Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. So when there is joint research, there should be a place somewhere on the internet, sorry for not being, where they can be found most of the time for free, I think. But I'm really not an expert on making studies available.
Yeah.
Could I just say one on a different issue on green hydrogen and energy efficiency and renew? So for the EU, energy efficiency is extremely important and an undervalued part of the energy transition, to first try to save energy. And on green hydrogen, one of the things that's really important for us is that it's really green, because hydrogen as such indeed is completely clean, but you still need to produce it. And the way you produce it can actually result in CO2 emissions. So that's a very important discussion. When is hydrogen really green? When is it produced in a way that there are no CO2 emissions? But perhaps back to the question on how to make information available.
Yeah, thank you. I think with regards to the IPRs and the point on technology transfer, one of the things that India is looking towards is joint development of technologies, where possibly the private sector entities on the developed country side can be put together with the private sector entities on the developing country side, so that the ownership of the technologies are together, and therefore there are no issues with regard to IPRs and sharing of technology and information. So that's one way forward. And of course, it's being discussed with regard to India's JETP, where the contours of the just energy transitions process have not been defined by India, and we are in the process of deciding what we would like to see in our JETP in our country when we are going through this energy transitions process. And one of the things we are very clear of is that we are looking for joint cooperation and development of technologies and sharing of technologies with regard to giving the thrust for climate action. So that's one. And with regard to data sharing and information, there are many portals actually. The thing is, you will not find information at one place, housed at one place. It's in pockets. You have to look at different portals for the kind of information you're basically looking for. Across the world, there are many organizations, including the EU, as you said, the Horizon 2020, have their own portals where information is housed and can be looked at. But if you're basically meaning that data should be up there, we do not have a global data house. I'm sorry for that. For certain things, possibly you do have access to some kind of data, but at larger resolutions, for which you can basically do some kind of assessments. But for finer resolutions and finer research that is required to be done, the kind of research that we need when we talk about impacts of climate change, I think you need to to basically collect that data, in certain cases, even buy that data. Even in India, when we do research in certain areas, we buy the data from the Indian Met Department if you need it at finer resolutions, including the NRSC, which is the National Remote Sensing Center. So I think some things come at a cost, some things come free of cost. There is a lot of information out there. The internet has made life so much easier for you. When we started working, I think we didn't have all this also to our access. We were totally dependent on books and visiting libraries and looking at what material and information is there. You have the whole world open in front of you in terms of information. So you have a lot more, I would say, million times more information to your access today with the internet, available to every person at, their seat. So I think you have a lot of information. What best can you do with that information is what we would like to see. Thank you. Okay. So let's request Ayushi Kapoor to give the concluding remarks. And then after that, we have the major takeaways from Ishita, and then we can close the session.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me the floor. Greetings, everyone. It is my distinguished honor to be present amongst professors, scholars, diplomats, and youth. Hi, I'm Ayushi Kapoor. I'm currently working at United Nations Development Program, looking out for strategic partnerships while also undertaking a study on green jobs and eco-entrepreneurship for women in India. And secondly, as a voluntary club, I'm the secretary at the Esports Initiative at American Embassy, wherein I'm developing a roadmap to create a social thread of culture by offering unique gaming opportunities to women, such as Farmcraft, which is based on township, and farming, that's completely based on technological understanding of how the earth system actually works. I would like to begin by quoting Dr. S.J. Shankar, India's External Affairs Minister. When it comes to people, the most natural place to focus is on young minds with a curiosity about the world. In today's increasingly globalized world, a lot is talked about the important strength and imperative need for people-to-people ties. At today's session on nuts and bolts of climate change, the science, the impacts, and the corrective measures, mitigation and adaptation, it was a pleasure listening to honorable speakers who touched upon the uncertainties about assessing the impact, adaptation, and mitigation of climate change while keeping in mind the increasing temperature, deficit in rainfall, and occurrence of droughts, particularly in non-conventional pockets, are evidence of weather abbreviations indicating climatic risk. The point shared by Dr. Surichi on how environmental consciousness by individuals is important, higher level of commitment by countries, followed by the importance given to all the sectors in India, including understanding how health and infections can be caused due to weather, climatic conditions, and how we all can respond to consequences by adaptation, were extremely insightful. Followed by Professor Kamna's, whose comments on the multifaceted nature of climate preparedness were quite fascinating, which included pre-plan and coordination, educating communities for disaster-resilient infrastructure, improving social justice, keeping in mind strengthening health infrastructure, and lastly, the three important I's that were shared today. Last but not the least, the point shared by Professor Anand, your take on science to action was quite intriguing, especially comprehensive understanding of interaction of Earth system, including climate proxy data, and lastly, taking advantages of new climatic conditions, which are really important for us to involve in our daily lifestyles. I believe that youth constitutes the fundamental driving force for the present and act as a dynamic agent of change and progress for the future. With determination, innovative ethos, and curious minds, youth leaders today are taking charge as pioneers of cosmopolitan values and as linkages of global climate exchange programs. I believe today's enlightening discussion must have surely bridged the information gap eminent in the field of climate change pertaining to mitigation and adaptation. I hope you all will be be taking away some valuable points from the discussion. On this note, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to Livleen ma'am, Monmi ma'am, and Taru ma'am from Terry, Mr. Edwin from the Delegation of the European Union to India, UNICEF, GIZ, CEW, and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for bestowing upon me with this profound opportunity to be a youth representative at the 4th edition of the Youth Climate Conclave. Thank you, and I look forward to working with everyone to bring the change we all wish to see in the world.
Thank you, Ayushi. I just want to mention Ayushi is from Jesus and Mary College, University of Delhi. And we just heard her conclude the session. I'll be inviting Ms. Ishita Pali, Climate Act Foundation, to basically take us through the major takeaways from the session for the Youth Pledge. You can speak on it.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm just going. Okay, so thank you so much for that session. It was really insightful. Now, the reason we're all here is because at the end of these 2 days, we're all going to come up with a pledge, right? And we want to make sure that, so we're all going to be working in groups throughout today and tomorrow, especially in the afternoon. And we're going to be sort of coming up with a pledge and putting all of our inputs in together. And we want to make sure that this pledge is coming from, an informed place, which is why we have all of these sessions and explainers. So before we sort of forget what we've just learned, we want let's just take a minute probably to write down sort of the key takeaways that you had from this session. And once that's done, maybe you can also put it on the Mentimeter so that we have a record of it. It can be any a few pointers that you had. We spoke about a lot of things. We spoke about tipping points. We spoke about, okay. Oh, awesome. Thanks for already starting on this. Yeah, I'm just going to zoom into the, it's not happening. I'll be able to zoom in. The code is 56971120. Should I repeat? 56971120. So we've spoken about, tipping points. We've spoken about adaptation and mitigation. We've spoken about preparedness and the need for that, and how this, the response needs to be global. Okay, we've got more inputs coming in. As the inputs are coming in, I'd also like you to think about the session that we just had, and think about what else that you would have liked to learn about climate science that you think is going to help you sort of gain a better understanding of the global picture. And we'll open a new Mentimeter slide for that as well. The code, I'm just going to repeat again in case anyone didn't get it, 56971120. And at the same time, while we're writing this, can we have a few people sort of like talk about the pointers that they're putting on? And if anyone would like to share any personal experiences that they've had, any personal stories in their, or that's helped them in their understanding of climate change, please feel free. You can raise your hands. Okay, yeah, you want to go ahead?
Hello. My name is Hanif and I am a student of DPS Arkipuram. A few years back when I went to my other house at Faridabad, Gurgaon, there was this huge dump, like a waste dump land. Like it was almost as big as a village or something. There were so many plastic waste and people were actually living just right beside it. They were intaking actually that dirty water. So I was really shocked by that. And then I like to continue like learning about more about this stuff. And that was a changing point in my life.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's a really important point on the intersectionality of all of the issues. Someone else wants to go ahead? You have a mic? Okay, sure.
Hi. Yeah, so little thing I want to share. A bunch of us young people working in the activist sphere, we gathered in Bangalore in December. And we also had some folks from Karnataka's Jainakuraba community. And they shared a lot of their insights on how they view conservation today. And I think conservation and science and climate justice and climate change broadly, they are greatly interrelated. So a key insight that came from these people is that the present way of viewing conservation as something that is nature is separate from humans. So like tribal communities are evicted from the forest so that conservation initiatives for tigers and lions can be put in place. So that is something that they talked about as fortress conservation. So I think that that is also something that we need to advance as we talk about climate change and climate science, because in many ways, these subjects have excluded indigenous knowledge. And that's actually my point, that is emphasis on indigenous knowledge. We need to value indigenous knowledge. We need to give it more place in the climate science sector, and we need to give them place in the conservation initiatives because they are the original stakeholders. They are the original inhabitants of these forests.
While we continue the discussions and we are actually eating up the time in the lunchtime, I would, before we conclude all our suggestions and recommendations from this session, I would like to thank all our speakers today, Ms. Suruchi Badwal, Director and Senior Fellow, Earth Science and Climate Change, TERI, for setting the theme for the session and also chairing the discussion. Professor Kamna Sachdev, School of Sustainability, Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. Dr. Anand Madhukar, Assistant Professor, Department of Natural and Applied Sciences, TERI School of Advanced Studies. Thank you to all the speakers for clarifying all the doubts and laying the path forward for coming up with the pledge. I would also like to thank all our youth speakers, starting with Ayushi from Jesus and Mary, then Kamini and Aryan for really giving us tough questions and tough discussions in times to come. So thank you so much, all the speakers. We continue the discussions right now for another 10 minutes, and then we would take on the discussions during the lunch break. Thank you so much.
You've had your hand raised, yeah. Maybe you can go first and then you can go. Yeah.
Hello to all the panelists. Okay, so
Did you have a question for the panelists? Oh, yeah. So, like this part.
sorry. So this part of the session is basically just so that we have all of your inputs so that we can include it in the pledge. Maybe if you can catch the panelists outside during lunch, you can ask them the question. Yeah. Does anyone have any like stories they want to share? Yeah, go for it. And then you can
hello.
go. I'm sorry. I know your hands.
My name is Aman. I'm from Dayalson College. DU. I have question for Mr. Edwin. May I?
If I can intervene, sorry, can we take questions during lunch? Can we use the next 5 minutes to just get inputs in? And then you can carry on conversation. Sorry, I hate to be the person doing this.
Okay.
But so that
It's
if there's anything that you want to share in relation to the panel, specifically any experiences that you've had in relation to climate change, the next 5 minutes, we'd like to use that before we then move on to lunch. Yeah, go for it. Do you have a mic? It's okay. Do you have a mic? Ask the question. No, go for it first and then.
Hello, everyone. I'm Vishal Ramesh from Chennai in grade 8, and I'm the founder of the organization Project Earth. So I wanted to share a story about energy generation. So when I was small, I thought that if you could connect two motors together and then you join them, you connected their wires as well, you could spin them forever. And then, so my parents took me to a few mechanic engineers, and I told them about my idea, and they told me that it was something called perpetual motion. I also found out it wasn't possible, but that sparked my interest in energy generation.
Pranam to everyone. I am Manya, the youngest bird in this flock. I am from Baili, a small village which is in Baroda of Gujarat state. Can I put this anywhere?
What do you want me to put? You want to read it? कुछ बोलना है बोल दो माइक में पेपर
In that village, there is a small pond, wetland, and it has a specialty that in a small pond there came more than 80 birds species. I wish our wetland must saved because they are important for our ecosystem. Our wetland are facing problems of dumping waste in it. This is not good. Where will the wetland birds and aquatic animals go? We are just 8 children guided by our teacher Hitat sir, but we are determined to bring the change. Today I invited all my friends and mentors present here and help us for saving the wetland. Our wetland is very small, but our actions are honest and it will change the situation. Baili, are you So we have to change this. There is nothing that it cannot change. I say how I will change. First, I am not going to bath also, and I am not combing my hair. But I am front of you, neat and clean, dressed well. Now, I go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Does anyone else want to go, or else we can carry on the discussion during lunch? Okay, you can. The mentee is open, so you can keep like giving your inputs in there. Okay, so just last one, and then. Make
So this is something that happened to me when I was like really young. My father lives in Muscat because he has an office there, which is in another country in Oman. When I went there for the like second time, I think it was winter season and there were like lots of people going here and there. And there was the street that was really crowded because it was a really famous street and the expo was coming up. At which point there'll be like lots of people coming in the months of December to January. So when I saw down there, it was so hard to walk because there was so much plastic and other things all around. I was like, I'm from Chennai, so I speak in Tamil, so I'll say somewhat similar to what I saw. I was like, Appa, idu ennadu? What is this? And he was like, this is plastic. People are like eating stuff, they're buying stuff, so they're throwing it down when they're like done. And like, what is this? It doesn't even look nice anymore, this wonderful road that I used to walk on. So from then I was like, plastic's bad. Don't use it.
Thank you. I think we're just going to end the session, but we really wanted to emphasize on just sort of sharing your stories when you're, even during lunchtime, you can just talk about the session and share stories with each other so that when we come back and meet for the pledge, we'll sort of come from a more informed place and a place of like understanding everyone else's experiences as well. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ishita. We break for lunch immediately. We are already 20 minutes late. The lunch is served at the patio area, which is towards your left-hand side. Some housekeeping announcements. All the outstation candidates who've not submitted their travel tickets yet, this is the last and final warning. Otherwise, we won't be able to reimburse your travel advance because our accounts guys take at least 24 hours to prepare the slip and everything. So kindly, immediately, please hand over your tickets at the registration counter. There have been few exceptions. So for them, the instructions stand whatever was there in the morning. But for rest, all of you, please submit your tickets ASAP. Also, during lunchtime, please take the opportunity to click yourself at the selfie booth and update your social media handles with I am at YCC, hashtag YCC 2023 and tagging Terry, EU, UNICEF, GIZ and CEW. Thank you so much. Even ministry. Yeah. Lunch.
climate change reflects the myriad other development and economic and industrial priorities of our country, right? So as the starting point, this is exactly the sort of setup that most other countries either have or they aspire to have, where they are able to go to negotiations and negotiate for the best deal for their own country. And particularly for our country, it is very important that the deal, at least when it comes to climate change, is very pragmatic and development friendly for all developing countries, right? So the chunk of regions that we know as the global south. Now the UNFCCC process, you might wonder, like, why are we here talking about the UNFCCC? Because you all have been reading in the newspapers, that climate change is at the levels of like catastrophic disaster, all of the commitments that have been put forward by different countries, even if all of them are implemented, and we don't know if they will be implemented, but even if all of them are implemented, we are on a track of 2.7 degrees Celsius of warming, right? And this is the latest science that the UN emissions gap report has put out. So it would be fair to ask that, why are we still talking about UNFCCC? Because as a pillar of the international regime that was created to govern climate change, clearly some parts of it are failing, right? But the reason that it is really important and still the central pillar is because when it comes to a global environmental agreement, it is the only platform that has 196 countries participating in it, that has 93 countries that have submitted their targets to it. It is the only platform where there are 19 different constituencies, and these include something called the RINGO, which is the research and independent NGOs, which is, the likes of my organization and TERI. It includes BINGOs, which are the business interest organizations. It includes environmental organizations. And in the last few years, the constituency of the youth, which is the youngos, right, has also garnered access into the negotiation rooms, which means that as part of our constituencies, we are all being given the space to be able to, in some ways, hold this process to account. And that is why COP28, which is going to happen from the 1st to the 12th of December in Dubai this year, it's being hosted by the UAE, is particularly important because this year is the first time that all of this data that I've spoken a little bit about will be tabled prominently within the COP processes, right? So this is when the global stocktake happens, which is that how far have we come and how far do we really need to go? And this is the first year where the negotiations are going to move beyond specific tracks of negotiation or what's happening in finance, what's happening in technology, on adaptation, mitigation, so on and so forth, and cohesively look at the cumulative amount of work that has taken place and the tall order that lies ahead of us. I'm going to take just a quick minute more to link this, right, with a very important clause also of the UNFCCC, which is the CBDR, which is the Common but Differentiated Responsibility. Right now, I don't know, actually, can I get a show of hands of how many people know what CBDR is? I'm not going to ask you to explain it. I just want to know. Okay, so CBDR is something that was for the first time brought about into an environmental negotiation, into an environmental treaty as a principle for action, which basically meant that whoever is responsible for creating the climate, whoever is responsible for creating historical emissions into the atmosphere should take the primary responsibility of also trying to solve it, right? But what that also means is that as other countries develop more, their economies become stronger, they too must start taking responsibility. And this is unique because before the Paris Agreement came to be, the Kyoto Protocol, which was how the UNFCCC was governed, the Kyoto Protocol had put emission targets on all of the rich or developed countries who were the early industrializers, because that is where the emissions were coming from. And then as time has gone by and negotiations have progressed, we are today at a place where over 190 countries have put forward ambitions on how they plan to curtail climate change within their own national jurisdictions. And of course, there's a lot of politics to it, of how many countries should do how much, and I'd be very happy to talk a little bit more about it. But what I want to link from this point to all of you is that while CBDR exists at the UNFCCC level, where whoever is rich, whoever is polluting more should do more about it, that same sensibility has recently been brought into India through the LIFE mission, which I know that all of you were discussing earlier today, right? So the idea is very much the same, that just because you and I have the access to be able to travel in a car, should we not be choosing public transport so that our emissions are also allowing for other people to be able to consume more of the carbon budget? So I'm going to leave it at that over here for paucity of time and turn to a really brilliant panel actually that the organizers have put together for us today. And as a first, I'd like to turn to Mr. Pankaj Kumar Singh ji, who is the director at the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, to please share his points of view with all of us.
Thank you so much. All the panelists present here, all the dignitaries and young friends. First of all, thank you for inviting me here today. As I've already been introduced, that I am director in the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. So I'm here to discuss the youth perspective. What do we have, the existing setups in the government to formulate the youth opinion or to involve youth in various issues facing not only the society but the planet at large. So I would start my small talk about the Youth 20 engagement group that we have this year as part of India's G20 presidency. So this is an engagement group where we are reaching out to youth of the country on 5 selected themes. So one of the themes is climate change and disaster risk reduction, sustainability as a way of life. So this signifies our concern as the youth engagement group and as the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, that we have included this. The engagement group has included it as one of the priority areas. So this underlines the importance that is attached in the overall discussion that we are having in various engagement and working groups. So I have my colleague Drishti also here from the Y20 Secretariat. She would also further elaborate on the Y20 Secretariat and the youth perspective. So friends, this brings to me as an introduction various basic issues to this environment and the climate change issue. We all know that what is the issue and what are the problems that we are facing, as has already been introduced in the introductory address, that we are faced with the issues of development versus environment. So when we, in our quest for development, for progress, of course, there are concerned issues that we have recognized, and different frameworks have evolved over a period of time. So as a youth ministry member, I can tell you that this has also been acknowledged and recognized in various fora in the government as well as the non-government sectors. So in the Ministry of Youth Affairs, we have around 10 million volunteers who are part of the organized setup that we have in form of 2 volunteer organizations that we have. One is the National Services Scheme, which reaches out to student youth in colleges and schools, in senior secondary schools and colleges. Besides that, we have Nehru Yuva Kendra Sangathan, NYKS we call it, so which reaches out to all those youth which are they don't form part of any structured system of education, employment or training. So once we get them, we bring them into the network. Then comes that how do we spread awareness about various issues. So I'm happy to share that we have coordinated with various ministries of the government of India, and we have raised these issues with them in a structured manner, where we host various seminars, we host meetings with various stakeholders, and then we also participate in carrying out those programs at the ground level, like Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Jal Shakti, this ministry that we had organized various programs for water conservation. So where all the youth, which I just mentioned, they formed various committees, various groups, and they were involved in spreading awareness about water conservation in the water stressed districts of the country, which is one of the main issues regarding environment conservation and climate change. And similarly, the students who are part of the NSS network, so there also we have around 4 million students. We have around from 657 universities and 20,000 colleges. So there also they have adopted a nearby slum and a village where these programs have been undertaken. And also as discussed, and as one of the priority areas, it has also been acknowledged at the highest level. The Honorable Prime Minister has also mentioned about the lifestyle for environment, so which also forms part of various initiatives of all the sectors, whether it is a government sector or non-government sector. We also are making people aware about the challenges that we face and how do we address those challenges. And as we say that it is once we recognize the issue, once all these problems have been highlighted at various levels, now what I believe it's a matter of time when the technology that improves and the technology comes up to that level when we lower down our emissions, and we work on such technologies in all spheres of life. The emissions are very less, and the efficiency of the systems and the process that improve. I'm sure that technology, all the organization that they are working here, especially green hydrogen and green energy. We have had a number of startups, number of companies who are working in this field, and it's only a matter of time that they come up with that level of technology. Just as a concluding remark, I would like to say that this issue of I'm mentioning this from the perspective of youth and the senior people also. We say that if the youth knew and if the age could. So this is a very famous statement. If you search for it, what does it mean? If the youth knew and if the age could. So it signifies a generation gap between the youth and the aged people in the country. It means that when we are youth, we don't know the details, or rather the problems that in the right perspective. Only once when we age, through our experience, we come to know that yes, these are the issues and we should have thought in a proper way when I was young. So I just wanted to mention this, as that this, when we keep this in mind, we start from very beginning. So that is the mandate, or rather that is the goal, that we should start right away when we are youth, and we must make aware our students, our children, our youth, that these are the issues, and we should start thinking about this issues right away, so that the youth knows it right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. And very much in the spirit of if the youth knew, we're also joined here with Professor Prateek Sharma, who is the Vice Chancellor at Terry School of Advanced Studies, whose life is all about making sure that the youth know. So we'll turn to you next, sir, for your intervention, please.
Thank you so much. Let me first of all thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share some thoughts about, how the youth can actually contribute. And I can see my students sitting in the audience. It gives such a pleasure, huge pleasure to see, students participating. When we talk about climate change and when we talk about, the contribution of youth, the most important thing, we can actually have technological interventions. But the most important thing is how we bring the behavioral change. And the Honorable Prime Minister's the lifestyle for environment actually speaks about this only. And technology always inspires. It makes us brings us a lot of enthusiasm in us. But whether the technology intervention, when we see the historical, how historically the technology has evolved, we are sitting in an air-conditioned room for which energy is required. And if we go back 30, 40 years back, indicator of development used to be shown in the movies and films, smoke emerging from the chimneys and stacks. That used to be the indicator of, development. That is what progress was all about. But again, as I mentioned, that was considered as an indication of development and industrialization. And because we were quite excited that how this, technology is bringing change in our lives. But in the bargain, we failed to see how it is going to impact our life in the long run. And therefore, as we progressed and we actually witnessed the harmful effect of such technologies, obviously, we started thinking and talking about sustainable development. And we actually, thought about, it is not just the development in this sense, but there are other pillars also that need to be actually addressed. So therefore, we started actually thinking that one should be sensitive about the use of technology and the interventions that we are thinking and talking about. The same can be said about the green revolution, which made India self-reliant in terms of food security that it provided. But what we have seen 40 years hence, that obviously it has made us self-reliant, but there have been several damages also in terms of the groundwater depletion and unabashed use of groundwater and the resources, and use of water as pesticide sites, fertilizers, where actually it could have been done much more better. But certainly at the time, as I mentioned, we have that enthusiasm and excitement to use the technology to actually get the benefits out of that. So coming back to what I mentioned was that, and in order to bring that behavioral change, it's important that we catch hold of youth at a very, early age. Because somebody like us, me, who is 50 plus, better half of 50 plus, changing our habits becomes very difficult. And it's basically, the best thing is to basically catch the youth at a very young age, not even college, but at the school level itself. So that, whatever changes you want to bring, you sensitize these people, and so that they come back to you if you are doing something which is incorrect, or, using water, which actually in a manner in which it should not be used, in a wasteful manner. So certainly, these are the people who are going to actually, because these are the people for whom actually, they are the people who are the future belongs to them. So therefore, thankfully, I'm actually coming here back to what somehow the manner in which Terry School of Advanced Studies has been contributing, in the sense that, something, what people are talking about now, about the climate change and the environmental issues. Thankfully, some people had this sense of anticipation to actually, build capacity in this particular area of sustainable development, various themes of sustainable development, good 25 years back. And the idea was quite noble, because, at that time, the issues of climate change, global warming, and the negative impacts used to be discussed only in academic circles. In it used to be only discussed in a closed academic environment only, and the audience used to be also quite limited. And times have changed, and really they have changed for good, because now these very things are being discussed at the summit level meetings, and the top leaders are basically discussing about, and the theme of this COP27 and G20. And we are actually living in very good times, in the sense that the presidency of G20 has come onto India, and there is a theme was G20 University Connect, in which the idea was to actually convey the message of sustainability across universities, so that the students, they get to know about the not just students who are actually studying environmental sciences as a subject, or any subject related to sustainable development as a subject, but people who are studying liberal arts, hardcore engineering, and in between commerce. They also need to be sensitized about matters related to sustainability, because unless and until we actually educate these people, unless and until we make them aware of how certain actions are going to impact the environment in a particular manner, we can't do much, we can't make much interventions, because these are the people who are going to be the pressure group in times to come. And unless and until we have these pressure groups, not much can be done, especially in a democratic country where, everything goes by the majority decision. And, unless and until that voice becomes a major voice, which basically speaks about these issues, not much change can be brought in. The academicians can't do much, or the policy, people who make policies, they can't do much unless and until the pressure comes from the society. And the best way to actually build that kind of pressure is to educate, and through education only, not just limited to college education, but school education only. Thankfully, if you see the school syllabus now, I mean, these are good positive things that one observes, that the science, especially in the primary classes, is basically EVS, environmental studies, environmental sciences. So from 3rd, 4th, 5th standard, you are introducing these kids something related to environmental issues. I'm a civil engineer. I got to know about the wastewater and treatment technology when I was doing my engineering. And now I was quite surprised to see a 8th standard student or 7th standard student in his or her NCRT or the textbook gets to know about what are the processes are, basically the process flow the student is exposed to. So these are good things, unless and until and rainwater harvesting, we actually learned somewhere in our when we were actually doing our masters, or and so these are the things that how much time I have. Wrap up. Okay. So I mean, this topic is so close to my heart. So basically, to sum up, basically, the only way by which actually we can bring that behavioral change in the lifestyle for environment is through youth only, and educating them in a scientific manner, so that they become the force which brings the necessary change in the society. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'd actually now like to move to Ms. Drishti Raval, who is here from the Y20 Secretariat. She is the Secretary of the Policy and Research arm there. And Drishti, before you share with us what what the perspective is that you'd like to, if you can tell us a little bit more also about the organization that you're from, and what the process is.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for having me. It's really good to be here amongst all of you. And I think this is the best audience for an introduction of what Y20 or Youth 20 really means. I think most of you might actually know what Youth 20 is, but anyways, it's an official engagement group of G20. So, there's a representation of almost all sections of the society who play a pivotal role in all kinds of developmental aspects. So, one of the most important key elements would be the youth. So for the youth to put across their visions, their ambitions, their objectives across to people who are making decisions, who are taking, the lead in certain transformational avenues. At this time, I'm holding the presidency for G20, and therefore Youth 20 is the youth engagement group where we are organizing a lot of events such as pre-summits. We just recently wrapped up our inception meet in Guwahati and launched our white papers, which are basically a reference document for the final summit, which will happen in Benares, to give a foundation as to what we are envisioning to come as an outcome of this particular presidency from the perspective of the youth. So I think I would like to invite all of you to partake in these activities that happen. We have an official website. United Nations in India helped us as a knowledge partner when we drafted our white papers. So we are also, collaborating. We'll be collaborating with them as well for other events that would come in the following days. So I think it is a very important opportunity especially for Indian youth, because you get a separate platform for yourself to put across what you feel like about things that are bothering you, or something that that drives you to do something about important issues. So that's a little something about Y20. Now, if I am to talk about the theme at hand, as Pankaj sir already mentioned, and as I said, that we just launched our white papers, and one of the themes that the Youth 20 has taken this year is titled Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction, Making Sustainability a Way of Life. So I think it's very explanatory that what is sustainability? Like what do we envision when we say sustainability? Something that remains, something that should exist and should keep on existing. But if we are to look at ourselves, if I am to evaluate myself today, am I a sustainable person? The clothes that I'm wearing, or maybe the cab that I took, the handbag that I have, am I a sustainable person? So when we talk about these issues, maybe we look at the larger scale, we see that, what the world is doing, what these global powers are doing. But as an individual, do we really think about these aspects sincerely? Like, do we ask questions to ourselves first, that what am I doing to contribute to this particular issue? So I think that's one of the advantages that we have. We have the room to maybe make mistakes, but also learn and then do something about it. We have the time. Well, everybody says that youth is the future. So if the future is in me, then I get to guide how I want to go about it. And I think in our white papers, we have spoken about a lot of technical issues. So we've talked about, transitioning to sustainable living. In our own households, we might see that there are a lot of traditional practices that maybe our grandparents tell us to follow, or just some gardener you would see who's doing something which is, you would feel that, oh, okay, this is now there's this hype about organic products, just because you want to be close to nature and all those things, which is good. But do we really think about it? That, do we ask questions to ourselves? Maybe not. And I think it is perhaps a high time, because we know there is no power B for us. So talking about greenhouse emissions, or maybe other things that bother the world around, maybe the idea would be to first start looking inward on how I have contributed or how I can contribute. Coming back to the technicality of the topic, in our white paper, I think it's an important document, and this is a youth document that India has put across. Maybe I would urge all of you to go ahead and have a look at it and share your comments with us on that particular document. We have spoken about certain elements of climate change. So one is making sustainability a way of life, that how, what practices can be adopted, what are the key concerns, the thematic areas around that particular topic. We have also spoken about mitigating disaster risks because that is one other fallout of climate change. So mitigating disaster risk and disaster risk reduction, these are also, separate issues. We have also spoken about accelerating the rise of green energy. I think when you speak at the end, the best part is that the seniors have already covered all the other important elements. So, and this time around in white papers, we are talking about the India way. So that is for like us to know that how India has taken a lead and has emerged as a trailblazer in climatic change issues. So, Sir spoke about Mission Life. So we have all heard this particular, I think you might have heard that a lifestyle for the planet, of the planet, by the planet. So I think that's really the idea. We also have International Solar Alliance. That is one very important part of, when we talk about renewable energy sources. We have Ujjwala and Ujala Yojana, which I think is not much talked about, but look at the statistics. I mean, with Ujjwala, we have the burning of, conventional, traditional fuels. It has reduced by a considerable margin. And that is also alleviating the cause of a lot of across India. So I think these are some very important case studies that we've taken up. And I would urge all of you to go have a look at it and share your comments. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Drishti. I'm now going to turn to Prachi, and just like I did with Drishti, actually, I'd love to know a little bit about what is Cool the Globe, and then please share, your thoughts with the larger audience.
Okay, perfect. No, it's so nice to see all of you. I don't often get to come to conferences where most people are closer to my age. So I'm glad that we have lots of youngsters in the audience today. I want to start with a very easy question to all of you. How many of you care deeply about climate change? Give me a show of. Okay, yes, I 100% expected almost all hands to go up. Because when Nirma and Maya told me that we are going to have a room full of people who care about climate change, who are working on climate change like me, young people from across the country, I knew that I wanted to be here to speak with all of you at any cost. How many of us have been to a COP before here? I think Hita, and okay, 5, 6 people. How many of us want to go to a COP? Okay, almost everyone. But I remember when I was a young student like you, I think most of you are still studying, right? When I was in college, I remember I used to follow COP21 rigorously. I used to follow it in the news. I used to look at it at this very high level event taking place only between world leaders, scientists, prime ministers, and people who are not like me. At the time, I used to watch about COP on TV in the news. I used to wonder, what must it be really like to be there? What must the day-to-day life in COP be like? I could not have imagined that 6 years later, I would get an opportunity to experience it firsthand. So in telling you about that experience today, I would like to structure it in a way that the younger me would have liked to heard it. I'm going to talk about 3 things. First is, how did I even get to be at COP27? And in doing that, I'll speak a bit about Cool the Globe. And then I want to talk about my first day at COP and my last day at COP. When I was studying in my first semester of college, like Drishti said, I asked myself what it is that I, as an ordinary girl, can do about a big problem like climate change. I took a quest to reduce my personal greenhouse gas emissions by 10% every year, along with my family. And so we started looking at what are the simple activities I can do in order to do that? What are the lifestyle changes I can make? Small lifestyle changes. I started to measure the impact of those changes. Now, as that happened, another interesting thing took place, which is that a lot of my friends, my batchmates, people around me began to take notice. They would come to me and say, you're doing something interesting and we want to join you in this quest. From this, we came up with an idea for an app to help people like you and I reduce our personal carbon footprint to a target. We named it Cool the Globe. Throughout my years in college, I worked on building this app, and by the time I graduated, it was launched. And then I realized that now the real work starts. I've built the platform, but we need to get people on it. So we started making campaigns about what the ordinary citizen can do about climate change. Through grassroots, citizen-level campaigns like this, we reached over 10 million people from around the world by word of mouth. And before I knew it, people from 110 countries, citizens like you and I, were coming on the app. And collectively, people avoided over 2.5 million kg greenhouse gas emissions through the platform. Now, around this time, I read about life. I read that in COP26, India and the Prime Minister had launched Mission Life. That each individual, the quest for large changes begins with individual action, begins with the changes that we all make in our day-to-day life. And I also learned that in COP27, the theme for India was going to be life. Our pavilion was going to be on life. And when I got to know about that, I was like, I have to be there at any cost. I have to figure out a way to be there at COP27. So I did something that I would really recommend all of you to do as well. I became really shameless and I called and messaged all the people I knew who were in the climate space. And I asked them, can you help me figure out how I can reach COP27? One of them was Priyanka, who's also sitting here today. I remember literally 10 people sent me a link to an opportunity, including Priyanka. I applied for it. Nirma took who's also here today, took my interview for it. And a few weeks before COP, I got to know that I'm getting a chance to be there at COP27, not just an observer, but as one of the only 4 young scholars from India, chosen by UNICEF, UNDP India, and the Ministry of Climate Change. And I started preparing to go to Egypt. Now coming to my first day at COP. In fact, our journey to COP began even before we reached Egypt, because everybody on our flight was going there. The flight was filled with people from different countries, all coming there on a mission. The person sitting next to me had been going to 15 COPs in a row, and she gave me a background to what had happened till that time. Everybody was speaking with each other. There was a atmosphere of solidarity. And so I remember having our own little side event at the airport and the flight itself. We met youth activists from Bangladesh, from Pakistan. And then the next day at 9 a.m., we reached the Indian pavilion. So at COP, there were many things happening at any point in time. There were about 100, 150 pavilions of different countries. There were side events taking place, exhibitions, meetings, and the most important thing that was happening was negotiations. So our first engagement, the thing that we were there to do at COP was to present our individual projects at the launch of India's pavilion. And that was supposed to be happening on the first day itself. So we reached early morning at India's pavilion. And then, somebody, as I was preparing for my presentation, I was quite nervous. Somebody patted on my back and said that someone's there to meet you. Guess who it was? It was the Honorable Environment Minister Bhupendra Yadavji, who had come to interact with all of us. So we spoke to him about our projects, and then at 1 p.m. We launched. At the launch of the India Pavilion, we spoke about our individual projects to a crowd of about 400, 500 people, all very distinguished people working on climate change in India and from across the world. The reason I tell you this today is because for the year before that, I had been trying to reach out to the minister, to the ministry, to many people that I saw on that day. And suddenly at COP, all of them were extremely reachable. People who we could not have thought of interacting with, could not have thought of getting an audience with, we were interacting with them. And that really is the magic of COP, that everybody is very approachable. So before going to COP, we had a few, few meetings with Hita, who briefed us on what is going to be like. And, like a strict school teacher, she had told us, don't get swept up in just side events and just interacting with people. Negotiations is the main thing that happens at a COP. So on that day, after interacting with about 500, 600 people at the India Pavilion, we were all very energized. And we went to sit in on a negotiation just so that Hita won't be mad at us. I remember, sitting through for the next 2 hours, sitting through as, about 100 party leaders and party members discussed one sentence in one paragraph of an agenda point. And that's when I realized that the real work that takes place at COP is not just about big slogans and fancy speeches and the dynamic activities that we read about. The real decisions that take place, the real changes that happen, they often take place one sentence, one paragraph, one discussion at a time. So since our primary engagement was on the first day, over the next week, we attended many side events. Side events are very much like panel discussions that like the ones we are having today. We attended negotiations. We attended exhibitions and met different people. India was in negotiations. There were three main agendas that I saw for India. One was mission life. We were trying to push that ordinary citizens from around the world also need to start making lifestyle changes for the environment. We were supporting the loss and damage fund. How many of you have heard about the loss and damage fund? Yes. So India, like many developing countries, was also supporting and pushing for the loss and damage fund. And we were also pushing for phase out of all fossil fuels along with coal. So these three main negotiations that were taking place by India's party members. And we would also, after the negotiations, we would also meet up with the party members and ask them lots and lots of questions. So I remember an interesting answer to one question that a party member had given us. I asked him, which country is most in alignment with us in negotiation? Which country, are we most, do we find most agreeing with, partnering up with during COP negotiations? Can anyone guess? Okay, yes, that's absolutely correct. So he told us that while some in other rooms we may not agree with them, but when it comes to COP and discussions about climate change, Pakistan and China are our friends. So India, Pakistan, and China's party members would often sit together, and they would often be in alignment. So these were some things that some new things that we learned during the course of and something surprising that we learned while being there ourselves. Over the next few weeks, we would do things like that. And then in the evening, we would meet up with young, yes. Okay. So I'd skip to the part in the middle and I'd go right to my last day at COP. And I wanted to tell you about, I'd even skip the whole day. I don't want to tell you about just one instance. And the reason I want to tell you about is because this taught me that COP or any opportunity that you get is what you make of it. So on the last day of COP, there was, in fact, the day before, there was a dinner thrown by the Embassy of India and the Ambassador of India, and we were invited as well. And at the dinner, I happened to meet, I read in the newspaper that the recently appointed Deputy Chief of UNFCCC is Indian. And I happened to come across him. I happened to see him in the crowd. And I went up to him. I gathered my courage. I went up to him and I introduced myself. I spoke about my app and my project. And it just happened so that his wife had attended my presentation on the first day of COP. And she told him that all of these young people are doing very interesting work and you must give them a platform. And so, he was very gracious. He said, the next day, I can give you a slot to speak at UN's Global Innovation Hub. And so I had only about 1 hour to prepare for it. But the next day, I rushed to UN's Global Innovation Hub, and I could not have imagined getting an opportunity to speak about our work, grassroots work in India for life in front of UN world leaders. And that is an opportunity that I got because, we managed to, gather the courage to do something out of the box. And I think one learning for me was that I met so many people who were very, very enthusiastic to give the youth a chance, to give us encouragement, to amplify our projects. I'm still in touch with many of the people I met at COP, and I've done so many partnerships and collaborations through that. On the very last day at COP, there were 3 other young scholars along with me. And when we realized that this is going to be our last day at COP, we thought that COP27 is over, but our real work begins now. COP is about our future. It's about our lives. So these high-level discussions about our lives should not take place just once every year between world leaders. They should take place in every school, in every city, in every college, in every friend group. It is us who need to achieve that. When we achieve that, then it will be a real conference of parties, a conference of people. Let's make that happen together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was a very, very nice and passionate speech. And I'm sorry that I was putting pressure on you to wrap it up. But we do have another really interesting session as part of this afternoon block, where we're going to have questions and answers that are going to be hosted by Harshita Sharma from Rosary Senior Secondary School, as well as Miss Achal Gautam, who's from Himachal Pradesh University. So if I can request both of you to make yourselves known and yeah, and take it away. Sure, I think, yeah.
Hi, everyone. Very good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much to the dignitaries and to everyone present here. And thank you so much for this opportunity that I'm getting to ask questions to such esteemed people who are working in this field, in this sector. So it was a very interesting session on international learnings with respect to UNFCCC, then G20, then Y20, then COP27, and so on. So my first question is, with G20's presidency with India, and with respect to the involved countries, how can G20 contribute to progress at the next COP? Like, what are your views on it?
I would request you if you can rephrase your question. It's about how can we contribute to the COP, or
How can the G20 contribute to the upcoming COP?
okay. So I would like to mention a brief about the process that we have in G20 and various engagement groups. So what do we do here? We all the engagement groups, the working groups, we have certain priority areas. So these priority areas, we engage with all the stakeholders, and we come up with policy directions or policy recommendations rather. So which is presented to the chair of every engagement group. It comes out with a communique. So it contains the policy recommendation on those themes, on selected themes. So once all the engagement groups, they complete their exercise and they come up with a communique, all these communiques are then forwarded or sent to the main G20 secretariat, which may form part of the final declaration that is signed between the various countries. So we in ourselves, we are formulating policies, we are recommending policy directives, we are recommending policy decisions, which then is adopted by all the countries at the final G20 summit. So naturally, once, as I mentioned, the Y20 has had one priority area is climate change and disaster risk reduction, sustainability as a way of life. So from the Y20 would present its communique on this theme. So especially with while keeping youth in mind, the youth perspective. So similarly, the other engagement groups, other working groups, they will also come up with their own policy recommendations. So I'm sure that these being one of the priority areas, not only in Youth 20, but other engagement groups also will have a certain policy directives, policy recommendations. So this would be of the final document it would part of.
It's open to all the speakers, so if anyone wants to add anything. But thank you so much for your response, sir. My other question is, in view of the policies agreed upon at previous COP, that is COP27, have we received the magnitude of global action that we actually expected? Also, at the current pace, like the pace at which we are achieving the global action, what should we expect at the COPs in the coming years?
Okay, so all COPs, it's 100 and it's many countries coming together, right, with their own priorities and entrenched positions that have been in place for at least 3 decades now, right? And while all of these countries cooperate and collaborate with each other on a number of things, when it comes to climate negotiations, it's quite a fight actually. And that's, I'm assuming, one of the reasons that Prachi really enjoyed the negotiations, because there is a lot of politics that comes out to play, right? And I think when you look at historically what has happened at COPs, right? Most of the promises that have been made have not been met, right? So whether it is everything that was promised in the space of climate finance, everything that was promised in the space of climate technologies, the emissions reduction, none of these commitments that were made historically have actually been committed to, right? I mean, have actually been implemented. So while your question is really optimistic in that, has anything significantly changed since COP27? The unfortunate answer is no. But the way that the process is also designed, it's not expected to change in the space of 12 months. However, there is one thing that I would urge you all to keep an eye out for. Between COP27 and COP28, there are 2 or 3 issue areas that people are looking and negotiators are actively working to implement. One of these is on loss and damage. So loss and damage is attributed compensation, right, that developing countries have been requesting or negotiating for, which says that, okay, natural disasters have always happened, in the history of humanity. However, because of climate change, these disasters are now happening at a compounding rate, okay? And there is a whole field of study known as attribution science, which basically says that, okay, if India used to have a flood every 10 years, and this is hypothetical numbers, so it's just for example. So if India used to face a flood every 10 years, because of climate change, India is now having flooding every 2 years, right? So the losses to ecosystem, to livelihoods, to infrastructure that India is incurring should be paid for by historical emitters. This is the concept of loss and damage. And after almost 20 years of negotiation at COP27, all the countries finally agreed to set up a facility that will deal with loss and damage. However, they couldn't agree on what the facility should look like or what the financing mechanism will look like. So they agreed to continue to discuss these nitty-gritties in something called as a transitional committee, which will have equal representation from developed and developing countries. And so this is one of the issue areas that at COP28, we can hope to see some movement on. Another issue area would be the global goal on adaptation. And then I think as the last 10 years, I will continue to be hopeful and say that perhaps we will also see some more action on actual mitigation, as well as technology cooperation and climate finance.
Yes, I totally agree, ma'am. And thank you so much for your answer. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Harshita Sharma, and I'm a student of Rosie Senior Secondary School. I would first of all like to thank Terry for giving me this opportunity to raise my questions on such a big platform. I have a few questions for the panelists, and it would be great if any of you could answer it. My first question is that what are the main outcomes of COP27 and what will be the main issues on the agenda of COP28?
So I'm sure there were many primary outcomes of COP27. But when it comes to, you also spoke of implementation. When it comes to implementation, I think there are 2 very important things that anyone needs to look for. One is numbers. Have you put a number on it? And one is money. How much money are we actually going to spend? So the setup of loss and damage fund was one of the path-breaking decisions that was taken. But while looking at what were the outcomes discussed at COP27, I was looking for numbers and money. And one thing that I found in the Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan was that we expect in the next couple of years that countries would come together and put in $4 to $6 trillion. If you put in $4 to $6 trillion, then we will be, in order to avoid the worst effects of climate change, this is the number that we need to invest. And we need some kind of action in the next couple of COPs towards the happening of that. And when I first saw that, I thought that this was too high a number. This does not seem very feasible. This does not seem something that developed countries would really agree on. Then I looked at what is the world GDP. Can anyone guess what the world's GDP is right now? Yes, please. 10? It's 100. So we are looking at a 4 to 6% investment in order to avoid the worst effects of climate change. And that is something that we need to agree on in the next couple of COPs. Now, let me ask you a question. Yes. So if say an insurance, a health insurance personnel came to you and said that in the next 30 years, you're going to fall terribly sick, but I'll only ask 5% of your income in order to cover the insurance of your health cost. Will you invest in that insurance? We will opt for, right? So it seems like the obvious choice that we will be able to take that decision, and hopefully in the next couple of COPs, we would be able to see some numbers and some monies being put on paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your answer. I have another question open to all the panelists. How will the Y20 be a major breakthrough in inspiring the youth towards standing as a united front in raising voice for action?
I think with the presidency coming to India and just not the Indian youth, because we'll have delegates coming across from all over the world, from all the G20 member nations, coming across, their ideas, their visions. I think this will be like a collaborative effort. So if we talk about what Y20 would contribute, as Pankaj sir mentioned, that there's one final communique that would come out. And this communique would be shaped by negotiations that happen between all these delegates from across G20 nations. So there's going to be a lot of dialogue, and it is all based on consensus, mostly, which is all based on consensus. So it is not about politicizing the exercise, but coming together to, find solutions to particular things. So say, for example, for the theme which is based on climate change, delegates are going to come across, enter into discussions, discourses, and they're going to negotiate and come up with a consensual, solution to these problems that we are looking at. So once that is done, we'll be in a position to send a final communique across to the G20 Secretariat, which will form part of a policy intervention that is finally published. So I think that is one way that Y20 can contribute towards this dialogue. The second thing would be, just an outreach program, going to rural areas, cities, universities, schools, which we are already doing. We have study circles going on. We have Y20 talks around the themes of, Y20. We have chopals, which is a very peculiar concept, because when we do these discussions, do we see rural kids from, rural backgrounds sitting here? Hardly. So to facilitate their inclusion, so that it is in fact a Jan Bhagidari thing, that is an all-inclusive exercise. We are also doing chopals, which are, not just taking place in rural areas, but in universities and schools across, but that is also one target area. So, we are inviting everybody. It's an open platform. In fact, again, I urge you guys as well to take, initiative, take interest in these discussions, because just me telling you that, how we will do it, that we is us. So all of us need to contribute to it. And I think that's what I want to say.
Thank you,
in context of what Y20 envisions in the coming time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. If there's anyone in the audience who, yes, please. Do you want to just come here? Oh, there is a mic there.
So, Pankaj sir and Pratik sir talked about democracy and how about how only the majority of the population get to make decisions, and that one voice that is opposing the majority has to be very loud to be heard. So I was wondering if there was any way to build a system
a democratic system where all the voices are accounted for, even if if there is a majority, all the voices are accounted for.
Thank you. Prateek sir, would you like to take that?
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, I think your answer was already given by her when she mentioned that, the COP, at the COP, we meet once in a year. And in fact, the answer is there. We need to meet more often and on more regular basis, and just not limited to, sort of at, at the RWA levels, or, at the school level, but as much as possible, and try to, the more we meet and more we discuss, and the more we realize that how much more needs to be done. And COP is one of the forums where it's a formal forum where you meet on a yearly basis, but certainly if you bring it in the way you think, the way you conduct yourself, as she was also mentioning, how sustainable you are, I mean, these are the things basically you make your existence sustainable. And thankfully, India, thanks to our ancient practices, traditional practices, we are most naturally placed to actually form that kind of way of life that basically we are talking about. So it's about meeting, discussing, and creating informal forums through which you interact, and then your message spreads. That is the way I believe, that is the only way it can be possible.
Okay, we have time for only one more question. I will go with you in the suit.
I wanted to take analyst's view on Coca-Cola being the top plastic polluter and also being the sponsor of COP27. I mean, what is the message that gives us?
So actually, because of, I'm not going to give my perspective on it because, it's counterintuitive in any case to even be discussing it. But actually, the youth group, the younger constituency that was there at COP27 took that very seriously and has now made an official submission to the UNFCCC, where an entire process has begun of talking about who should be permitted at a COP and who should not be. And of course, it's never a black or white, right? Because if you are not going to have, let's say, any coal affiliation come to COP, then should countries like India not be in COP, right? So while at a Coca-Cola level, it's easy to answer that, to translate that into a global systemic answer is very difficult, but thank you for the provocative question. I'm going to have to close this part of it for now, but I would like to invite Riya Mukherjee from Sardar Patel School to offer some concluding remarks. Can we have a round of applause for her, please? Thank you.
Thank you. The earth has music for those who listen. William Shakespeare. So the earth has music for those who listen, but are we really listening? Are we not succumbing to the cacophony of greed and materialism? This session served as an experience to remember as we learned how to listen to our earth and the ways in which we should work towards a safer environment. Informing us about the engagement of youth in the COP and UNFCCC inspired us to strive for a better environment. Thank you for familiarizing us with the youth initiatives. I thank the YCC for this symposium and providing us with the opportunity and platform to do more for the environment. Lastly, I'd like to say that the future is uncertain, but it is in our hands to make it safe and certain. Thank you.
Thank you. This comes to the end of the session. I would like to thank the panelists, Ms. Shikha Bhasin from CEW for presiding the session. It was really intriguing to learn about so many aspects with regard to G20 developments, COP27, and looking forward to what's happening in the future COPs. I would also like to thank all the esteemed speakers, Professor Prateek Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Terry School of Advanced Studies, Mr. Pankaj Kumar Singh, Director, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Ms. Drishti Raval, Secretary, Policy and Research, White and 20 Secretariat, India, Ms. Prachi Shivgaonkar, Founder and CEO, Cool the Globe, and Ms. Riya Mukherjee, Sardar Patel Vidyalaya, New Delhi. Thank you so much once again for coming and for sharing your thoughts. We now come to the last aspect of this session, which will be moderated by Mr. Maxon Almeida from Climb Act Foundation. This particular 10-minute slot is dedicated for major takeaways from this session for the Youth Pledge. So whatever keywords, aspects that you have taken from this session, Mr. Maxon would be here to, facilitate the discussion on Mentimeter.com again. So over to you, Maxon.
Thank you, everyone. Can we have the Mentimeter screen, please? So just like last time, we will, just like the previous session, we will also would like to invite you to share your reflections, especially with what are some of the new things that you learned from this session. So I would kindly request you to go to www.menti.com and use the code 1581054. I'll repeat that again. It's 1581054. How do you zoom in? For those of you still not seen this code, it's 1581054. And I can see that we already have some comments from the audience here. Also, what we will be doing for the next session after the tea break is dividing you into groups. We will divide you in about 7 groups. And we will we will assign you numbers and then start dividing you into groups. Is that okay? Start from the front. Okay. So can I ask you to start counting from 1 and then we count from 1 to 7. Okay. So can you? You can continue, yes. It's, yeah. Yeah, you can start it. One. Start with one.
You're seven, so you're one. All right. That table is still there. Yeah. Seven, one.
Two.
You can start one. No, you can start with one. Yeah. Three. Yeah. That's five. You're six. One. And the boys there in the corner. You were number six. You will be seven. You will be one and you will be two. Everyone has a number now.
Is there anyone without a number? Okay. So the Menti will be on for some time. You can continue inputting your comments into the Mentimeter. And I think we can break for tea now. Yes. In 15 minutes. Okay. And we will request everyone to be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Standing outside the hall to please come inside, settle down quickly. We'll start the group work. Okay, so prior to the tea break, you all were divided into different groups. Do you remember your numbers? Hita, can we have like locations spread across? So group number one, can I have a show of hands? Are there only 3 people, 4 people? Group number one, the ones who had number one as their number.
Can we have all the people who said one stand up, please? It were not only 3 people. Come on. All the people who said one stand up and come in the front. If you're changing groups to be with friends, I will come and remove your friendship and put another group. So you can stand up now. I'm not that nice also. Okay, come, 4 of you. Come in the front. You can go there in this with Maxon. Okay, everyone who said 2. 2 can go here with Priyanka. Priyanka, raise your hand. All the 2s can come here with Priyanka. Everyone who said 3. Who said 3? Yeah, 3 there with Viveka. Okay. All the 4s, can I have all the 4s raise their hands? I don't see anyone else. 4 with Neha. Neha, can you go at the back? Neha's in red. Neha, raise your hand. Can you go at the back, please? All the fours with Neha in red at the back. Okay, everyone who said 5. Okay, 5 in that corner. I don't see where are people from the facilitators gone? Ah, there. 5 with him over there in that corner. You can just follow him, raise your hands. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No. 6. 6, Anvesha, raise your hand. Okay, 6 will follow Anvesha here. And 7. Yeah. Where are all the 7s? 7 right in the middle of the room with Ishita. The one in blue here. Yeah. Okay. We have 7 groups. Everyone has a group. Someone without a group? Anyone who doesn't have the group, please come in the front because I can't see you. Come in the front. Okay. What are we going to do? Will you listen to me for a few minutes before you start talking? Group 2 is here with Priyanka. Okay. Guys, can you all look this side for a moment? Ones without a group, come stand with me for a minute. Okay, just wait here 2 minutes, okay? We'll assign you to a group. Okay, guys. Attention. 2 minutes and then I'm going to stop talking and then it's only group work. Yes? So, raise of hands. Group 1. Where's group 1? Everyone who said 1 will be here. Do you not have any group there? Can you come in the front? Aage aa jao. Okay, group 2 with Priyanka, this corner. Group 3 with Viveka. Group 4 with Neha. Group 5. Group 6 here. And group 7 in the middle. Okay. At some point, if you want, for the facilitators, if you want at some point to move out with your group, if it's getting too noisy, if you can't hear each other over all the conversations, I think some groups can move out. Maybe one group can move outside here, one group can move there, and then we can just scatter around in this room. But stick in your groups. Please do not move around between different groups for today. Otherwise, it's going to get very confusing. Stick in your groups. What we're going to do is going to have at least 60 minutes of only you guys talking amongst each other. So we're going to try and get as many inputs as possible from y'all. It's going to be a process where we try and learn from you what you're doing, what challenges that you personally might have faced in the work that you're doing, and what is your big picture, the big vision. Okay, so 3 steps that we're going to do today, only 3 steps. We're not going to talk about solutions. We're not going to talk about what should be done. We are going to talk about 1, what are you currently doing? Yes, all of you are here because either you care about the environment or you're doing something about the environment. So you're going to share what you're doing, what you're passionate about. 2, you're going to share any challenges that you might have come across personally. So not something that you read somewhere or you heard about, but something that in the work that you're doing, whatever it is, no matter what small or big challenge it might be, in your work, what are the challenges that you might have encountered? Yes, or if you're part of a movement, an organization, a volunteer group, anything that you have come across there. And finally, we're going to talk about the big picture, the vision. So we're going to talk about, in an ideal scenario, what would you like? How would you as young people, how would you like to be engaged, or what do you envision? What do you dream as young people to be doing in climate change? Yes, we're not talking about how this vision will be achieved. What will we do to achieve it? The solutions in between we're not talking about today. That we will come to tomorrow. Today we're only talking about current scenario and an ideal scenario. Yes, we have until say about between around 5 o'clock or 5:15 to wrap up all of the discussions in the group. And then each group will have 2 minutes, only 2 minutes to come and just quickly summarize for everyone what your group spoke about. Yes. So within the groups, your facilitators will help. You will need someone to come and co-facilitate with them or rapporteur. So you can internally decide who that will be. And then at the end of the session, everyone will present to each other. Each group will present what your discussions were and what you're trying to, what it sort of came out for you. Okay? And with you guys, we'll assign groups right now. Any questions right now? Your facilitators all know what to do. I will be coming in between the groups. So if you have questions in between also, that's fine. But अभी कुछ पूछना है, किसी को कुछ समझ में नहीं आया, मैं फिर से हिंदी में बताऊं? ओके, तो अभी हम क्या करेंगे? आप जो ग्रुप्स में बैठे हो, उस ग्रुप्स में 3 क्वेश्चन के डिस्कशंस करने वाले हैं। पहला क्वेश्चन, आप अभी क्या कर रहे हो क्लाइमेट चेंज के लिए? हाँ, जो भी हो, आपके घर से लेके बाहर तक आप कुछ भी जो कर रहे हो उसके बारे में आप शेयर करोगे एक दूसरे के साथ, और एक दूसरे से जानेंगे हम क्या कर रहे हैं। दूसरी बात यह है कि अगर आप जो कर रहे हो उसमें आपको खुद कोई प्रॉब्लम कोई महसूस हुई है, कोई चैलेंज फेस हुआ है, कि अगर आपके काम में आप किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या किसी ग्रुप के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, तो इंडिविजुअली आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या चैलेंजेस आपको फेस हुई है? कहीं पे कुछ सुना है, पढ़ा है, वैसे नहीं, लेकिन आपके काम में आपने जो देखा है क्या चैलेंजेस फेस होती है उसके बारे में बात करेंगे। और तीसरी बात यह है कि अगर आप एक बड़ा पिक्चर पेंट कर रहे हो कि मुझे किस तरह से आपको लगता है कि युवाओं को किस तरह से हमको एंगेज करना चाहिए क्लाइमेट चेंज में, आइडियल सिनेरियो, अगर सब कुछ ठीक हो जाए तो किस तरह से आपको अच्छा लगेगा कि आप क्या कर रहे हो पाते हो, और या आपको किस तरह से कोई एंगेज कर सकता है इन क्लाइमेट के डिस्कशंस में। तो बिग पिक्चर फाइनल जो आइडियल सिनेरियो है उसके बारे में बात करेंगे। आज वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट सॉल्यूशंस, क्या है कि वो बिग पिक्चर को कैसे अचीव करेंगे, वो उसमें क्या करने वाले हैं, वो सब आज नहीं बात करेंगे, ठीक है? आज सिर्फ करंट सिनेरियो और आइडियल सिनेरियो के बारे में बात करेंगे। एनी क्वेश्चंस? अभी आपके ग्रुप में सब आप फैसिलिटेटर से पहचान गए, अभी सबका चेहरा याद आ गया? ओके, वी हैव अबाउट 1 आवर, सो 60 मिनट्स के आसपास हम ये ग्रुप डिस्कशन बंद करेंगे, और उसके बाद सब ग्रुप को 2 मिनट मिलेंगे एक दूसरे से शेयर करने के लिए कि आपके ग्रुप में क्या डिस्कस हुआ था आज, ठीक है? ओके, या वी विल जस्ट पुट देम इन डिफरेंट ग्रुप्स. Okay, you can start discussing. You'll have some new people joining in your groups in a bit. And if you want yeah, that question also. Yeah, but when you get kind of each other, मैं पहली आपका आज कैसा रहा? That question. The first time. Let me have an entire daily let's
introduce ourselves to each other. That we will be spending next around 50-60 minutes discussing. So yeah, I'm Devi. I'm currently pursuing a climate policy and I'm working with Climate Foundation. And as a youth, right? But more than anything, like really happy because as like-minded individuals get together people, and I think this space is not about like discussing in future. एक jot down करती हूँ एक jot down करती हूँ करेंगे टाइप इन द चैट और दोनों स्पीड यार यार अरे प्लीज गेट सॉरी यू हैव टू टेक
और इन्वायरमेंट और हम इन्वायरमेंट के लिए काम करते हैं एक दूसरी सोसाइटी हमने जो
Yeah, I'm doing a research on a topic brought impact on Bundelkhand region between Bundelkhand and 12 districts from MP and मैं किसी दातिया that is highly impacted with drought. And इसमें जो है concurrent droughts आते हैं 20 years. Women का impact food security पे क्या पड़ता है? And women, child health, and their people how they are surviving with this drought impact. And drought is not drought. So this is my research. I'm currently doing the help of GIS techniques, with remote sensing and algorithms. Bundelkhand दातिया district MP जो कि MP में ऐसे बुंदेलखंड बहुत बड़ा है GIS techniques से tiling merge करते करते काफी मैप और तो मैं एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे कर रही and I have made lots of NDVI maps, national normalized differentiation vegetation indexes, NDWI, MNDWI, LSG land surface temperature, and soil moisture maps I have made. I will show you. Let me show you. And actually it's on process. अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है research paper. अभी तो process and I am basically taking four years. Like 1991 में क्या था NDVI हमारा vegetation index कैसा था वो change होकर 2001 में 2011 में and 2020 10 साल के गैप में 4 decades. Yeah, geography. हाँ, actually doing masters. Jamia Media. जल्दी जल्दी दिखाते फिर हम सब अपना अपना शेयर जैसे 1991 में NDVI मैप है हाँ एक्चुअली मास्टर्स में हमने एक डिसर्टेशन प्रोजेक्ट में एक PhD करना है तो उसके लिए एक शॉर्ट डिसर्टेशन प्रोजेक्ट डिसर्टेशन में PhD है तो इसलिए मैं काफी बहुत ही ऑनेस्टली करना चाहती हूँ दैट्स व्हाई
I went to CPS agenda it's all about intelligence in culture. Over there we discussed about climate problems and how the intelligence in culture is increasing day by day, affecting on everyday climate conditions. So इसके कारण I got interested here and I gave your for 9 years of research. They gave me a mail. It was interesting. I just filled the form and basically I'm a part of Indian Debating League. I recently we had a debate between India, Europe, and Europe was a part of China and Russia. We voted for that. We lost in the finals, but yeah, that was a start for that. Climate agenda, which is
Basically they wanted to have this developing country, right? So they wanted to step it up. That's the reason they kept achieving the SDGs. The topic of that is the reason big partnership on the level international
Like he has participated in a debate.
I'm an eighth standard.
Okay, very nice achievement. Huh? Very great.
कोई बात नहीं आराम अब सुनेंगे हम ऊपर से Many of people that contribute to the forward contribute to the damage that was exactly. Wow. Eight. I am also the yeah presenting yeah yeah graduate master PhD Priyanka. Today I'm a master student right now. You ask her because I'm vice president of Jamia. You ask Saban. Any start you will have to be big because you part of the study. Yeah, groundwater depletion.
God, geography in one or other topic entirely connected with climate technology. Okay.
Akan yeah.
How building projects collaborate and innovation, scientific infrastructure, campaign awareness, आज की डिस्कशन के पहला अभी कहाँ
कल्चर अबाउट जगह है वहाँ पे जब लोग मर जाते हैं पेड़ लगाने जाते हैं पेड़ जब ग्रो होगा उसकी स्मृति बनाए रखेगा तुम्हारा
it is also made for talent rejection
right
और तो ये पहला एस्पेक्ट ऑफ डिस्ट्रक्टिव ऑफ कमांड बचना चाहता हूँ हमारा आइडेंटिफिकेशन क्या है एक्टिविटी क्या देखना चाहिए और एक बार हम कहाँ है और कहाँ देखना चाह रहे हैं उसको समझेंगे और फिर हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे हाउ क्या करना ठीक है जो वॉलंटियर रहना चाहेगा representative because at the end the youth to summarize that what we have done of any volunteer because we also we are maintaining a jam like
और ये मैं भी तीनों इको क्लब से ही है मैंने अभी जस्ट ज्वाइन किया हुआ है तो अभी जस्ट रिसेंटली आपने अटेंड किया है डॉक्टर M.R. रमेश कुमार सर आए थे उन्होंने क्लाइमेट चेंज पे ही हमारे यहाँ पे एंटार्क्टिका जो है सेमिनार किया था और वो क्योंकि पर्टिकुलरली वो वहाँ गए थे और वहाँ एक्सपीरियंस कैसा क्लाइमेट होता है इवन वो वहाँ के रॉक्स लेके आए थे पेंगुइन फेदर लेके आए थे रिवॉर्ड दे भी रहे थे वो नहीं लेकिन और चीजें वहाँ से मतलब ये इको क्लब के थ्रू ही जो है एक्सपोजर मुझे यहाँ का मिला और मैं थोड़ी ज्यादा इस चीज पे इंटरेस्टेड हुई कि हाँ क्लाइमेट चेंज पहले तो मुझे पता था लेकिन अब जाके थैंक यू
क्या आप वो करना चाह रहे हैं क्लाइमेट क्या और आप लोग करना चाहते हैं या फिर जो major आप थोड़ा personal reflection, then if the content, like let's take 5 to 10 minutes, and then two major action, like the steps you are taking towards conserving
I've always said that.
But that's an opportunity. We can write.
Yeah, green boomy. Yeah. Work with that. Sustainable. काफी सारे I've always said that. You have a big list. Young people they have to go back to the basics. आप क्या कर रहे हो जानते क्या I've already said that जब they actually किए जा रहे हैं उससे ज़्यादा जो यूथ से they single use task करते हैं जितने actually level के task करते हैं उसको overcome करता जा रहा है इसका मतलब it's actually like after the scholars start to be paper even utensils are also like politics are also being made from a biodegradable sort of materials.
Gaps की opportunities है exactly gaps की वजह से हम tap की आपके idea लेकिन आपके
example Nike Adidas का ले 55 or 60% of their shoes are now being made from recycled. But the price point is so high कि people can afford it. So I think वो basically हमारे पास to look after that is also I just researchers solid waste management. People doesn't collect the waste separately. No one biodegradable and non-biodegradable. They just combine the waste and dispose. Exactly. I want to raise a concern about the tree plantation. Those tree plantation are the key real I really want. Those many of the acid plants that I got profit made, like they absorb a particular nutrient that much from the soil or groundwater. Driving daily itself. So acid plants लगाने चाहिए that are being done. So many more things जो फायदा करें.
There are lots of bits also what's happening, but people are using it for gardening. We have also gone.
The organized quiz, which is in our study over there, they just give questions according to the planner, and all very blended. The students
So one thing we can say that government should have all with the power name which should be distribution of power.
Doctor Vinaya I can't afford it. Because of this, we don't produce
And second part आप बताइए what are your challenge initiate the Vita There is a problem to make an effort.
when I have to speak, behave like that. If I think I have to if I'm like absolutely, I get like again not even like I need to detach. So I have to before when I was not because I was not countless, but when I was attached to the that's not I feel I have no idea. And what's very good. That was very good. For your staff, there is a committee basically staff. There's not one designers with design steering, they made by basket water. Basket water represents earrings, they're quite aggressive.
Remember 2 years back, climate change actually made climate change many ग्लेशियर पीरियड्स आए पैलिडल एरा में बहुत सारे प्री कैम्ब्रियन एजेस जितने भी सिनोगोइक पीरियड में आया है तो ग्लेशियर पीरियड खुद ही आए थे फिर इंटरग्लेशियर पीरियड था अगर प्री ग्लेशियर वो जो होते हैं ना लैंडफॉर्म्स हम पढ़ने पड़ते हैं बहुत सारे तो मुझे पास कहानी है हुआ ना ग्लेशियर पीरियड आए ना इंटरग्लेशियर पीरियड भी आए ना लास्ट पीरियड लैंडफॉर्म्स अभी वहाँ देख रहे जहाँ डेजर्ट एरिया like study. मुझे भी लगता है कि मैं खुद में इंटरैक्ट करने लगी कि क्लाइमेट चेंज तो फिर क्या हुआ फिर अब जो हो रहा है ये भी तो नेचुरली हो रहा है but one or other ancillary activities are igniting the climate change naturally हो रहा है anthropogenic activities नहीं मतलब anthropogenic activities मेरे को लगता है natural activities
How will it be?
But I had always EBS like CBCS in our DU also CBCS में पूरा biodiversity होता okay.
Why do we want
recommend us to these plants. Yeah.
definition of biodiversity which are the industrial green context on corporate policy or whatever policy is what of the relation and probably top 10 countries even though it is that we have companies every other country something is mature that's why I know see likely they're working towards it. They even listen. But what is it to say that मैं मार्च where is the football regarding
feminine, and also like yeah, that's like a balance of kind of.
Talk about when I just go with the room to fill up my questionnaire, बात ही करना
Lack of awareness. ये मत काटो बोलते हैं हम क्या कर सकते हैं इनकम है इनकम जनरेट करने के लिए हम काट कहाँ जाएंगे उसके लिए हम क्या ट्रांसपोर्ट इंडस्ट्री जहाँ पे हमारे गर्मी होती थी 30 ये
There are ways to get you started. I would be transitioning. We practice traditionally, but we practice traditionally. So we change अभी चेंज हो रहा है मतलब ज्यादा फ्लैश है या लोग बढ़ रहे हैं
लोग भी बढ़ रहे हैं दूसरा क्या था पहले बहुत सारे पेड़
एक मिनट वो क्या बात करते हैं ड्यूरेबिलिटी क्या है हाईली ड्यूरेबल
खत्म हो गई है ये जनरेशन भी बढ़ गई और
हमारे घर क्या that is the mindset they have a complex patient not thinking all
तो कार्टून
अगर आप कॉम्पिटिशन में काम कर रहे हैं और टेंशन में पड़ रही है तो लेवल में लोग मतलब आ जाएंगे मोटिवेशन कि सोशल प्रॉब्लम है तो आ जाएंगे पहले एक दो बार होगा फिर उसका भी हो जाएंगे लेकिन हम कोस्टल एरिया में अगर ठंडी लगती है तो हम दूसरे हो जाके शॉपिंग तो
इंटरेस्ट नहीं होता also that are discriminated society. No one is willing to share whatever they have, whatever they will do. They don't even think that it's going to be, they think it's just their country, but they should like Pakistan, India, no one has jobs, like money, if those climate, it affects them globally and it's the most intangible culture. I also which exists, but people ignore it or just predictably so it doesn't exist. The word intangible is observe people like not calling out, not being sorry. But that will go important. Right now, we'll discuss about non-participation.
प्राइमरी टाइम होना चाहिए वहाँ पे टाइम बट वो पैसे तो वही प्रॉब्लम आती है हर जगह I think posting the way on this I think
What are you going from participation and non-participation? Exactly. We are a teaching Malda to the West Bengal. What? Famous to witness international dance on the but on the so shifting of rivers due to climate change. Rivers due to climate change and all the passport shifts. Wetland defines by GI define that boundary area not defining that's why wetland वो undefined plant नहीं होगी because that they are in timeline but the undefined wetlands are not in timeline. We are not ignoring that also wetland examples Malda we are there is
वो माइग्रेटिंग के सर्टिफिकेट ले ले तो उससे और ये भी करते हम लेते हैं हम खेले का तब
like some organization now. I don't think infrastructure is coming as we tracking the Delhi area तो हर जगह कौन space पर भी जो है डस्टबिन के अलावा कितना से जाने से खड़ा है वो डाल देते हैं ऐप में मैं उसकी थोड़ा बाहर में ज्यादा वहाँ पे डस्टबिन ही नहीं ताकि वो अपने पॉकेट में डाले ताकि वो अपने साथ ले और जहाँ डस्टबिन होगा या नहीं वहाँ डाले लेकिन मतलब हमारे कंट्री में मैं ये सोचती हूँ डस्टबिन नहीं बना दे ऐसा कहेंगे कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी है लेकिन अभी एकदम
He's also a
While we also demand so we got have some awareness
क्योंकि हायर जो लोअर कास्ट के लोग हैं, वो कुछ बोलते हायर कास्ट के लोग सुनेंगे नहीं।
like what is
other caste
by trading plastic and adding examples of plastic that are
तो और परेशान करेंगे दूसरे कास्ट के
without all of these strategies that we spoke
I
about.
just another particles of no so that difference of the road type also with 28 and the last thing after you are taking out for people. But who is the idea? We have now painted. We are the only people more than bad. We don't like
basically
it should be separate them for the forest and all different types of factory work.
Yeah, हम पेपर सारे I work on pencil around government and the skeleton are very not आप इसको कर पाओगे जाना इसका स्टेटस क्या है अगर कम
और सिर्फ लाइन ग्राउंड लेवल में नहीं
सर की बातों से तो एकदम से ये चीज सही लगती है कि आजकल के टाइम में इगोइस्टिक पीपल वाला हो कि जो एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है कि आज के यूथ चाहे बड़े ईगो अगर नहीं तो ना कर देगी अच्छा नहीं लगेगा बुरी बात है आज के
एक और टैलेंट मेरी तो दादी है मैंने खुद उनको देखा है जो अनटाइमली रेनफॉल हो रहा है तो मैंने जो बोलते हैं ये अनटाइमली रेनफॉल क्यों रह जाती है मतलब ऐसे बारिश बिना बारिश हो रही है क्यों हो रहा है तो दादी का कहना कि ये सब कयामत लाइक दे आर इन मिथ एक मिथ हम गलत कर रहे हैं तो हमारे साथ गलत हो रहा है ऐसा नहीं है हम क्लाइमेट चेंज हम कॉन्सेप्ट दादी लोग जानते नहीं वो एंथ्रोपोजेनिक हम पीपल इफेक्ट है तो myth is revealing and second also is a challenge which I have faced during researching my topic that was arsenic contamination Balia district UP arsenic contamination groundwater वहाँ के लोगों का ये सोचना है कि ग्राउंड वाटर जो पीते मर जाता है क्योंकि वो है श्रापित नहीं वो दैट आर्सेनिक कंटामिनेशन ये चैलेंज है और एक एग्जांपल भी जो फेस करे तो मिथ जो है वो तो इनफैक्ट लिटरली लोग भी आर्सेनिक कंटामिनेशन के ग्राउंड वाटर को श्रापित मत
बनाएंगे और डिजास्टर तो हमें सबको डिमांड करेंगे ये सोचते हैं कि आप सबको बेसिकली पर हमें पैटर्न चेंज करना पड़ेगा ताकि कंपनी वाले लोग हमें देखें हमें सपोर्ट करना वो एक स्पेशल एडवर्टाइजमेंट होती है लाइक मार्केट्स में कैसे में भी जब खुद देख रहे हो आई थिंक आई डोंट नो हमें सुनाएंगे नहीं बट जापान में बच्चे आफ्टर द स्कूल फिनिश तो खुद अपना स्कूल स्टॉप करते हैं अगर ऐसी छोटी छोटी एटॉमिक हैबिट पर फोकस करें तो मे बी वो आगे जाके पर मल्टीपल कंज्यूमर एज वो पैटर्न चेंज हो
can say it is not a supporters नहीं होते सपोर्ट करने वाला कोई नहीं होता है एकदम से अगर आप छोटे स्केल पे काम कर रहे हो अगर एक बड़ी बिजनेस कंपनी तो बोलती है कि हम स्कीम करने के लिए ड्राइव चला रहे हैं तो अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल मिनिस्टर्स आते हैं और लोग इस तरह जुड़ जाते हैं लेकिन अगर आप तो कोई नहीं है कोई
अगर अभी हमारे
हाँ
अगर हम उसको अवेयर नहीं है about health climate change She's from Indore. हमारे
We have to take
Where did you solve it? Yeah, telling it right now. That we want to be like that. We want to have like you want to come you want
have a dedication to your knowledge.
yeah, like clear that reservation is a level playing field. Level playing field is level playing field. Equality and equity is entirely different. Not equality. It is equity. Equity में क्या होता है? अगर बच्चा छोटा है तो अगर उससे boundary दिखाया जाता है, बच्चा लंबा है वो ऐसे नहीं सकता bound. That is the feeling of reservation, negative feeling about reservation. अभी ये लोग पढ़ाई I want to
तो मेरा तो सिर्फ यही कारण है गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव भी करती है कि अभी कर रही है तो कर दिया बहुत अच्छी कर देती है तब प्लेसमेंट नहीं मिलता है अगर एक माइनर कोई चीज अगर छूट जाए तो उसको बड़ा उठाया जाता है कि करा जैसे कि अभी इन्होंने पॉइंट आउट किया था कि आप बोलते हैं देखा जा रहा है लेकिन जो एक इवेंट